Disclaimer: the information and education material contained herein is meant to promote the general understanding and dialogue of GAN's processing. Such information is not meant or intended to serve as a substitute for a healthcare professional's clinical training, experience, or judgment. For patients and individuals, such information is not to be a substitute for professional medical, therapeutic, or healthcare advice or counseling. For medical issues or concerns, including decisions about medications and other treatments, readers, viewers, listeners should always consult their physician or, in serious cases, seek immediate assistance from emergency personnel. Prescription information, procedures, and use of medical devices information should be undertaken only by properly trained and certified medical personnel. We specifically disclaim any warranties, express or implied, including implied warranties of merchantability or fitness for a particular purpose. Such information is provided, as is, and is believed to be accurate at the time of its publishing, but it is the viewer's job to evaluate the accuracy of any information found in this presentation. Every case presented is of their own experience, applied by themselves for themselves, and it applies to their case only. Every person experiencing health problems should seek professional medical advice and consult their course of treatment with a doctor. The processes of plasma balancing described herein are a natural process which supports the body but does not replace medical advice or therapies one is already subject to.
Innovative, revolutionary, stellar development, purest universal knowledge. In a transformative, futuristic design. The Universal Body Enhancement Spaceship Unit. The very first new evolutionary spaceship technology has been rolled out for mass production. Our Universal Body Enhancement Spaceship Unit is constructed from high-quality materials carefully selected by our team of experts. Embedding the essence of the new GAN's plasma science and technology, it uses collective plasma field technology for changing and enhancing the environment of the body of the man. This new plasma enhancement changes the environment of the body to allow it to return to its natural, balanced, energetic condition, as in the womb of the mother, allowing every cell in the body of the man to find its natural, original field strength balance. The shape and field distribution in this new space plasma technology replicates the inner structure of the universe and replicates the balance fields from which the man was created at the point of inception in the womb of the mother, not only receiving balance in the physical, but also in the emotional sense too. For the first time in the history of man, a system has been developed and delivered which not only enhances the physical body of the man, but also enhances the emotional part of the user of the system, hence reducing and eliminating many problems that could not be solved in the world of science, to bring the body of the man into near perfection, as at the time of birth. This new spaceship technology can be within the reach of every man today and can be ordered by medical practitioners, sports specialists, and healthcare centers. The Universal Enhancement Spaceship Unit, the future you have been waiting for, is here. The journey from space to spaceship technology has started. Every order is subject to a contractual agreement and might require additional accessories priced separately for applications according to each case. You can order or contact us at office@at.kfm.global for additional information.
and welcome each and all to the Keshe American Knowledge Team. I was going to say Telegram team. For May 14th, 2023, this is our weekly program. You're all invited and you're all welcome to share the knowledge as you understand it. Again, we'll be going through the 485th with a few selected clips. We'll have a teaching from Alex. We'll continue our elevation of the souls, and so on and so forth, including a question and answer period. I have a number of videos I think we'll be sharing today if time allows. And as we heard, Mr. Keshe is really finalizing some of these agreements, or they have been finalized. I'm not sure. I know the Keshe Foundation has signed, and whether one of the leading governments has signed or not, he seemed to indicate that this agreement has been signed. And this is the beginning of the change in the next coming weeks and months and years. It's just going to be a progressive development for the elevation of the souls. Again, through energies that touch energies of the soul. We're going to concentrate a little bit today on the children and the abuses with the children, abuses with the adults or the abusers, and all this is coming into play through these monthly sessions of dining with the Creator. And of course, the Creator is you. I don't know if anyone has anything they'd like to share or anything urgent. Normally we go into the World Peace Treaty, and that's what we'll do. I think President Xi has signed the World Peace Treaty. It hasn't been revealed in public, but there'll be many things according to these agreements. I think it's up to the governments to actually release to the public their involvement with the Keshe Foundation. I don't know if that's actually in the agreement, but it probably is, because this way the governments feel comfortable as far as getting involved with the Keshe Foundation more and more. But as we see this technology break out, as Mr. Keshe explained last week, I think there'll be a test city in China to end criminality and to end hunger. And it'll be fully documented. And of course, the other nations will start to take notice and also want to avail themselves and their nationals of this technology. But we'll have to see. There's a lot to negotiate through, I'm sure, and everyone has to hold up their end of the bargain, or things can take a turn. But Mr. Keshe seemed quite pleased with the developments that's going on, and he thanked the knowledge seekers quite extensively a number of times in this workshop. Not that we're there yet. There's many things that'll take still a long time to be taught. I think maybe not so long, but there's many things we still need to know, we need to understand, and we need to learn to teach the others in the correct way, which is all coming in the next months and years on this planet. And he's also indicated by the end of this century that the population of this planet, not through depopulation in the ways that we've seen, but depopulation as the citizens of this planet become travelers of the universe. As he indicated in this workshop, tourism will be the main thrust, apparently, of the Keshe Foundation, not making gold or making energy. So by the end of this century, there may be only 1 or 2 billion people left on this planet, and they'll just be here to basically keep the structure open, so those who are traveling in the universe will have a place to come home to. So amazing what will take place in the coming weeks, days, weeks, months, and years on this planet, and we're all part of it. And he's thanked everyone a number of times, I think, in this workshop about your work and about bringing it forward and to continue to share the knowledge. As he says, he's keeping the knowledge seekers busy, trying to learn as much as we can, but at the same time working at other levels simultaneously, getting the world governments to realize that they're all equal, that one is not above any of the others. Even if you have a very small nation like Monaco or other nations that are quite tiny, they'll all have access and they'll all be equal. Just like this meeting or all the meetings of the Keshe Foundation, all the souls are equal. And it doesn't matter your depth of knowledge, your strength of knowledge, all souls are to be respected and all souls are equal. And that's my understanding. So let's go to the World Peace Treaty if we can. And this is a document, I think, that will be signed by more and more. As Mr. Keshe said, it will start to become fashionable to be in and around the Keshe Foundation, but not everyone will be there and really understand the depth of the knowledge. Even the knowledge seekers are still have a lot to learn. I know he mentioned the Maghreb, and it would still take us centuries to unravel it all. As I always ask, is there anyone who would like to read the World Peace Treaty for us? A rather simple document, but very profound. It's called the World Peace Treaty. We, as citizens of the earth, from this moment on, accept to lay down all tools of aggression and war. We shall never think about getting involved or incite war, or develop or use any tools of war on this planet or in space. And to this, we all agree and swear with our, and again, you can delete as appropriate, whether you're pledging your nation, your territory, your council, your religion, your city, your town, your body, or your soul. Simply put your name, your signature, date, position held on behalf of, again, a nation, a territory, a council, a city, a town, or as an individual. Have it witnessed, a name, a signature, a date, and the position held. After signing this treaty, be proud to display this certificate wherever you consider being important to you, that everyone can see and know your ethos to fellow men and the mankind and other created beauties of the Creator. So it's a very simple document, but quite powerful. And this is the document that I believe President Xi has signed, hasn't been brought out into the public yet, and maybe they're waiting in the background. Again, it'll be up to the individual governments to release to their nationals and to the public their involvement with the Keshe Foundation, but I'm sure we'll start to see it coming to the front. As he indicated, energies for Africa, energies for China, no more tapping into the gas of this planet, and producing a plasmatic CH4 that will touch, once it's burned and released, it'll touch the energies of the soul of every creature on this planet. This document can be found at the Keshe Foundation website. It can be downloaded and printed and handed out. And this is part or an aspect of the world peace being delivered to this planet by the universal messengers, the universal community. As Mr. Keshe said, he's planned this process for centuries. So I'm not so presumptuous to outthink what's going to happen at what time, and whether it's the right time or it's too soon or too late to deliver. Mr. Keshe has been doing this same sort of work, as I understand it, the elevation of souls around the universe for millions of years. So he's quite seasoned, and the team is also that he works with in the universal community is also, I believe, quite seasoned. And they're up to this sort of task, and they've done this with planets that I guess are have more misbehavior than you find on this planet, and that is hard to imagine, but apparently they're out there, and it's all part of the unification of the Unicos, and you're all part of it. And as he said, each one of us has placed a brick in this wall of peace. So we thank you for being here, and we thank the souls as well. what's coming up in the store, or the next session will be on the 26th of May. And again, this is for the elevation of the children. And we'll cover a little bit of that, but I just thought I think everyone here is aware of it, but those who may listen in the future, again, it's quite a lot of understanding just to understand the logistics and what's happening where around the Keshe Foundation. It seems like there are knowledge seekers in every nation on this planet, and they're all working towards the same goal. But there's many that we don't hear from, but yet they're still working in the background to deliver this peace and this technology in their own special way, let's say. If we go to the 485th, we're going to play about a 20-minute clip here, and Mr. Keshe gives a beautiful overview of actually what has transpired and what is to come. So I thought we'd take some moments and listen to this. And feel free to interrupt, stop the video, ask a question, or make a comment. But this is the time and the period we've all been waiting for, and perhaps our souls have known this all along, that we're here for a certain purpose. And as Mr. Keshe said, more dedicated to the soul than to the physicality. Although we will need the physicality in other locations, there's a reason we're going to take it with us. But not to get stuck anywhere, but to be able to touch other civilizations and also move into different positions when your work is done there. So it's a beautiful knowledge. Again, we haven't comprehended all of it. We haven't understood all of it. There's so much more, but we're getting to the point where we're reaching this one grain of sand in knowledge. As he said, we compared the knowledge of man to all the sands on this planet, and so far man has not reached one grain. But we're getting there, and through the help of teachers like Alex and others, we're able to find our way and navigate through this really deep universal knowledge. And of course, it never ends. So once you think you've arrived, you sort of lost it, as I understand it. But let's go right into the workshop. And again, feel free to stop it at any time and add something or ask a question if you'd like.
In the coming weeks, as our agreement allows, we'll disclose the details of the agreement with one of the world leading nations. In a way, we have set the scene, and in a way, it's time for you to deliver, not for us. I have taught over 10 years, and now it's for you to teach the rest of your lives. We still, as I said, sell the ganses and do the teaching and do the trials, as I keep the Keshe Foundation independent of any national governments and the influence on our work, even though we go into bed with different ways and conditions with each nation, till in fact we reach our target. I remember sitting on the table with Dirk Roelessens in Antwerp. He said to me, I think one or two people will buy your book. I said, this book will become the cornerstone of the knowledge of man. And 20 years down the line, we see the new knowledge has taken shape. And will take shape in its essence by the true knowledge seekers.
And of course, for anyone who doesn't realize what Mr. Keshe is referring to, it's book 1, 2, and 3, which you can find on Amazon and other locations, I do believe, for an easy download or on a Kindle system. That's the system I've been reading the books on. But there's such a depth of knowledge in each one. As he said, the travel has already been explained, and many other things have already been explained in the books, but we just haven't been able to comprehend and understand it fully. but this is the period we're in to add to the knowledge through the elevation of the soul.
I congratulate you, knowledge seekers, in what you have brought for us to be where we are as a whole, as a Keshe Foundation, as a center of new knowledge and technology. I have done my work, and I brought Keshe Foundation to the highest level with one of the most powerful nations on this planet. And the papers have been signed and sealed. The delivery of the technology and understanding of it is in essence in the hand of you knowledge seekers as we try to fine-tune the final stages of the development. As we agreed, we let you know that a new phase in world peace has started, and we are about to deliver technologies which has never been seen, and in that process will bring the change. For those of you who understand, the change will be drastic. And many of you, as I said last week, will tell your grandchildren, I was there. I'm one of the original knowledge seekers. The enlightenment of the soul comes from the true knowledge of existence, and not by arrogance of the knowledge of physicality. I congratulate all of you in keeping the Keshe Foundation so upfront, so across this planet, in different ways effective, and to be seen that it has allowed us to bring the change in. We don't stop just because we have signed a paper. We start and deliver technologies unseen because we have signed the paper. Every effort by every knowledge seeker has to be made, that the knowledge becomes abundant and in the reach of everyone. It does not matter the race, the color, the creed, and which part of the universe you come. It's a commitment to the soul and not to the dimension of physicality. The teaching of today is in much more detail than just achieving the first, what we call, stepping stone towards world peace, towards educating now the world leaders that the knowledge and the technology is not exclusivity of a nation, but the whole of humanity. This is the worst part. Teaching you as knowledge seekers was easy. Getting the world leaders to agree to equality is another ballgame, and we are master at it. We shovel and we push, but at the end we know the golden promise of the peace will come. We'll see the end of what we call shuttle diplomacy. We'll see the end of wars, not because we don't want to fight, because the fighting and transporting and bringing people to one position has become so easy that there's no need to do. There is new technologies which will be released by Keshe Foundation as we approach it, as we reach peace and equality between nations. Knowledges which has never been open to humanity. But we still do the trials. We still ask you to join this and to do this and that, because as usual, we have to keep you busy on this floating ship of the planet Earth. This ship will not stop floating, and 8 billion has to be kept busy. One day this and one day that. But at the end, we foresee before the end of this century, what we call lack of population on this planet, where many of the citizens of this planet will take and become travelers of the universe. Maybe 1 to 2 billion will be the maximum population of this planet. Depletion of population will be so drastic that the nations will organize themselves to hold them to the basic, what we call, needs of what we call those who stay behind. The needs will not be for energy or food. The needs will be to have the pleasure that for those who are in space can come back to what they call home. As I said to one of the knowledge seekers today, the biggest prize of this technology is its tourism and not its energy and gold. Where we have the travels of the universe to show to, and where we become travel of the universe to see. This is where the joy will come. Where, in a way, we don't have to worry for daily bread. We don't have to worry for daily needs, as all will be provided in one way or another through the soul of the man. In coming days, Keshe Foundation will open new doors of knowledge. Knowledge which has never been known, and knowledge which will become part of the essential use to survive in the depth of the space. How we handle the new knowledge will be how we decide to transmute. Do we, or would we like to transmute with the speed of uranium, or would we like to transmute in a dimension of helium? In a way, man will choose different methods of travel, depending how we want to travel, which position in the universe we want to be, and which position in the unicos we want to be in. In so many ways, mankind will come to be educated in different knowledge, different understanding of the space technology. In the coming time, we'll learn how to mixture of fields of the universe to travel into different universes. The technology has already been written in book number 3, but man is not wise enough to understand it. If you read the book 3, you will understand the space travel, to travel the span of the unicos, is already been taught. If you read other chapters of the book number 1, you will understand how to manifest yourself on arrival in the dimension of the energies of the universe, in the dimension of physicality. If you read book number 2 and you understand it in totality, then you will come to understand that you already have been told how to travel the span of the universe, to what speed and to what dimension, in what way and in what form. Mankind needs to learn how to mix a composition of the field strength that carries the dimension of the strength of the soul of physicality and dimension of the soul of the man. As each one, even though interconnected, travel in different strength, in different dimensions. It's no good that your soul alive and your soul of physicality is still tailing by 1,000 years. These are the technologies which man will understand, will come to be educated in. There's no good arriving at the airport when the suitcase is still where you left. And these are part of the knowledge in the upcoming time. As we agreed and reach world peace, we start teaching. As we expect and we see millions of people on this planet will take and will move. Are our governments ready for such a huge move? This is why we talk to governments, to prepare them for that change, to prepare them for what it is to come, and to prepare them what and how they have to consider the upcoming time. We need to understand, as new knowledge seekers gradually become part of the structure of the future, how to organize things that you, as knowledge seekers, And those who become the child of the universe do not get stuck in one position due to the lack of the knowledge of the operation of the universe. Many of you will be taught how to transmute through the dimension of the thoughts, how to transmute through the dimension of understanding of the soul. Up to now, we have brought you to the first level, just about to understand where the soul is and how the soul is, and then to understand how, even as last week and the week before, to get rid of your addiction. As I said, this was not just for addiction to alcohol or cigarette or whatever. It was to addiction to kill, addiction to destroy, addiction to take for you to evolve, to live. This is the worst addiction that we are looking. This addiction in some souls has reached the dimension of the soul and needs to be eradicated. In this process, mankind will learn that in the process of understanding the totality, mankind has missed one essential point, and that is, he is in charge. He is in control of every dimension. Does not need intermediaries. Does not need somebody to teach it, because it feels, it works by the dimension of the emotion, which is the interaction between the energies of the soul of the man and the energies of the soul of physicality of the man. In the upcoming time, as we learn to become the travelers of the universe, mankind becomes in the dimension of understanding the totality of the energies of the universe. We'll teach you how to develop a system through the operation and interaction of your soul and soul of physicality that you don't need machinery. Unfortunately, a petrol engine on another planet does not exist, because the steel in that position is just in the form of a gas. But the soul of the man and the soul of physicality of the man exist and shall exist in all dimensions of the universe and the universe, because they have one basic common denominator from the essence of the Creator. Common base denominator of the energy that the whole of the universe is built upon. Then one understands. One does not need how to pilot, but one needs to understand how to interact, how to create interaction between the soul of physicality and soul of the man. In a way, we do this in the womb of the mother. When the soul of the man is created, in interaction with the soul of the physicality, that is where the outside embryo is created. And then we decide how to shape, what color to be, what shape of the skin to take from the energies from inside the womb of the mother, which was guided by the egg and the sperm. The scientists in the embryonic tests will find out if they put the same egg and a sperm fetus in two different wombs, they'll get two different creatures. Man has not reached that point to understand this. Then you'll find out the energy of the environment, interaction of the soul of physicality and soul of the man will dictate the condition of manifestation. If you take the same egg and the sperm and put it in the womb of one mother, and then if you could have replicate the same, exactly the same, and put it in the womb of another mother, you will find out you'll get two different creatures. You'll get two totally different manifestations, even though it's the same embryo. Then you understand how man will manifest itself in different dimensions according to the field strength of its environment. Then you understand how man will understand the totality of the existence. Knowledge of the space technology is the knowledge of the creation. You have to understand the patterns. You have to understand the way the interaction of the fields works, not how one coil is left-handed or right-handed. As I said many times, what would you do when you manifest in a dimension that to is unknown, but you come across made of different creatures which you have never seen? The interesting thing is, as we see with the men of different dimensions, which are guests of us on this planet, they have learned to look like us, look like humans, speak like humans, and even they learn languages like human. What language and what shape would you take when you arrive? Or do you ask somebody teaching a language? Do you tap in the essence of the knowledge of the creation of the dimension? Or do you try to be the outsider and try to hide or duck or pretend that I'm not here? These things are on the horizon. It's not something that will come to your children or your grandchildren. It's on the plate and is with you and it sits right across the table of the knowledge of the man. From today on, and from now on, the process of the teaching will change as we prepare knowledge seekers and the rest of the humanity for world peace. We have taken a step, and to that effect in the coming weeks and months, we wish that the world leaders understand the knowledge of the Keshe Foundation is on the table for every nation. The biggest problem for us was to get the first nation to agree with, and now our job is easy. As we have signed ourselves peace with one of the most leading nations in the world, now we develop the stage for the world peace. And with it, we have to show what's the difference, how we evolve, how we can supply food and energy without dependence on killing. And then the progress of the development of the man will come into operation. Many of you find out you speak languages you never spoken before. Many of you will find out you change color of skin just by intention, as you change the womb of the mother. In the upcoming time, we open the books of the Keshe Foundation. And thanks to many knowledge seekers, where we are today has been by hard work of many of you over the past years. Each one of us has put one brick into the wall of peace. And step by step, we have built that peace. We have built that knowledge base that the world leaders consider it to be worthy to be part of.
Okay, so that was a pretty simplified, in a way, progress of what's going to happen to this planet over the next 75 years or so. Again, it's not hard and fast, but it appears that most people will be able to learn this tourism or this traveling across the universe. So it's not so difficult, but there's still many things we need to be taught, we need to learn, but it's it seems like it's not going to be that difficult, because if there's only going to be 1 or 2 billion people left on this planet, and it's not going to depopulate through the methods that are being employed today, but it's going to come through the elevation of the soul. And I think this tourism factor, as he said, tourism will be the main attraction, probably starting with matter state crafts on short excursions, teaching the transmutation here on Earth, and people begin to experience things in the matter state as well as on the soul level, where they won't need the craft at all. But this seems like the progression. So they're getting the governments ready to accept what is going to happen. We certainly need to know or to make a composition of how to mix these energies for speed and dimension. Unseen technologies being delivered in the next days and weeks. Many things, the end of wars, of course. And as Mr. Keshe said, we have to keep people busy with these trials and other things, getting involved with the doctors and practicing feeding and absorbing fields. So all of this, yes, Ike, I see your mic is open. Please, go ahead.
Yes, he said tourism is the big prize. So tourism is it the same type of tourism that we know, or is it a tourism to where we go out there and, you know, give knowledge of the soul and physicality to other souls?
Yeah, I mean, can you imagine landing in a place where you've never seen the creatures before? And he said, are you going to mix in with them, or are you going to try to hide somewhere where they may not notice you? But the universal community has, again, a third of the people on this planet are not from here. They're just hiding in the clothes of the man, some of them. And I think we'll be learning the same process. But it'll probably start out with tourism, as we've seen some of the ships that Rick plays for transportation and short flights. And again, traveling in the matter state has some pitfalls, but traveling with the soul doesn't. And we may lose some people in this process, hopefully not, but they may want to go completely to the soul level. But man is needed in the universe for some reason. And I know it's about teaching the others, not that we're any better than the others, but apparently we've been given this understanding first, and it's going to be the responsibility of mankind to deliver it across the universe, as I understand it at this point. So yes, a day trip around the moon or to Mars and back, people will be talking about it, and it's up to the knowledge seekers to spread this knowledge that you don't even have to be in the craft. You can do it the same way you go into a dream state and travel with the energies of the soul, and take the soul of physicality and the physicality with you. As he said, we cannot litter around the universe our physicality, going from one place to another, or even bringing it back here to be buried. You can take it with you. I was reading, or someone was, I think it might have been in one of the things, where certain monks they don't even bury them. They just sort of shrivel up their bodies into a point of light and disappear within minutes, I guess, or not even hours. So this is the capability that we're responsible for: the physicality, the soul of physicality, and the soul of the man. They're inseparable in so many ways, as I understand it. Anyone else have a thought or a comment they'd like to make? Again, this planet has been here for billions of years, mankind for millions of years, and now we're seeing a change out of this dimension of physicality that we never thought even really existed unless we had a dream, and we couldn't explain that either. But now we've learned so much more than we knew before arriving at the Keshe Foundation, let's say. And we're all absorbing and understanding knowledge is at different strengths. And no one is above anyone else, even if you have a little bit more knowledge. Mr. Keshe is stressing again in this workshop to stay in that understanding of humbleness and what that means to you. So we'll be replicating a very similar process, I think, of what Mr. Keshe is doing here on this planet. And we'll have the full knowledge to complete that work. I want to go to the trials that Mr. Keshe said is coming up. There's a couple trials and everyone can sign up. There's a trial for growing teeth, and there's also a trial for pH. And let's see if we can just move this ahead in here. Okay. And you can all sign up for this, these two trials. This is what he's talking about, keeping us busy with this or that, or again, just learning as much knowledge as we can. So when the time comes to teach, when you're called upon, you'll have more in-depth understanding.
Of our program here. How would you like to proceed, Mr. Keshe? Are there some things you'd like to mention first, perhaps?
Yes, in technology development, as you know, our doctors are working on different aspects of the technology, what we call development, understanding, and how it works. In the recent past, they've come with new understanding and new dimension, and we would like to increase this very rapidly. And for this, we're calling on two, what we call trial sessions that we launched today. One of these trial sessions done by the doctors who will be taken up as of now is many of us, we have had problems, and many for decades have been pestered by many dentists and we use the technology to change the situation, the way the gums with the tooth, with growth of the tooth, or whatever. And the trials our doctors have done shows we can interfere. This time, what we're calling is a limited number of the knowledge seekers with what we call dental problems or dental conditions on a trial. They can approach their doctors and go through this, what we call limited trial numbers that will be accepted by them to look to, in a way, complete or start a new cycle of the evaluation and, in a way, development of the dental positions and whatever we have. This part will be handled by the dentists of the Keshe Foundation, and they will see through it using the new plasma technology, which is supporting their work. We have put to cover the cost, the very basic cost of this for $2,400, that it has to go to as donation to the, what we call the Keshe Foundation. Any dental condition will be looked into by them, and as usual, you write health@spaceship.org, and they'll be forwarded to the dentist. And if they accept to take the case up, you more or less can join in to see what changes it comes. This is part of our work in two directions. First of all, what would happen to our space travelers if they have a problem with their tooth? How can we reach? We tried everything else. And how can we change? What do we need to do to know that we can change? You are in London and you go to New York and you have a toothache. You're looking for a dentist. You go to the app, which is to do with the dental section of the, what we call wellness centers of the knowledge of the Keshe Foundation, and you just log in with so many sessions, what will happen? Will you get rid of the tooth? We are looking in growing tooth with the knowledge because we've seen it can be done. Some people ask us, can you grow a tooth which is pulled out? It's for the dentist to try. The process, the knowledge has been established after years of pushing us to do. Now we think the doctors have that knowledge using the plasma technology to do. There is a limited number of places available for this, very limited. So if you want to join in for complicated cases, I'm sure the doctors will refuse. We are looking at conditions that we can support with our system, our dentists, and to go through it. Dr. Barapour in Iran is one of the dentists, so we have, as you know, well-known doctors of the Keshe Foundation, Azar, and others will be in the backbone of the what we call the dentists and other dentists in the Keshe Foundation. We look after these cases. And we build it up to the point and the position that we can see how we can bring, as part of the insurance policies that which has been offered by the Keshe Foundation, that we bring the dental work into the situation. This is the what we call voluntary trial of the technology for dental condition. So if you have such a condition, send a message to health@spaceshipinstitute.org, and you get a response to if you, or you can talk to our dentist and they decide they can use the technology. Very limited numbers has been allocated to this space for our systems. The other trial.
So it does sound like he said if someone is a space traveler and they have a toothache, how can we address it? Now, maybe on a day trip, that would come back to the planet and then you'd find a dentist and use this technology. But what if you were gone for 3 months or 6 months or a year? And obviously, if you're traveling in the dimension of energies, I don't think you're going to have a toothache. But if you're traveling in the dimension of physicality, that may arise. And this is part of the trials to develop this tech. I think Mr. Keshe said they developed it 40 years ago. He has so many things in his pocket. As he said, the self-charging chip, the tooth technology, many, many other things, and technologies that man has no knowledge of is going to start to be shared. So Ike, I think there'll be people going into space in the matter state. That's what it sounds like here. I know he talked about going from one place on this planet to another, but he also mentioned space travelers. So I think they'll be in certain type of craft like UFOs, something similar, but there may be problems that arise in the matter state and they'll need to be addressed rather than turning the craft around and heading back home to address it. And this is what the tooth trials are helping. I know I was missing a couple teeth before I even came to the foundation, and I always knew and wished that I could grow a tooth. Maybe I didn't fully believe I could, but I knew it was possible. All things are possible. And that was from having mercury put in the amalgam fillings and having them drilled out and then replaced after so many years. I think most of those fillings happened when I was a teenager or younger, and then they needed to be taken out, or I decided to take them out, which made the wall of the tooth thinner because you have to drill a slightly bigger hole, and then they were filled with the plastic. But over time of eating, they have cracked, and I've lost a number of teeth. So I always thought it was possible, and maybe this is the wish that I had coming true in a way, but years and years later, and that's the way wishes work sometimes. They don't always manifest at the time that you wish for them, but it's a process that has to take place. And now we see this. I know Azar has been asking Mr. Keshe for years, and I think also Mr. Keshe's sister is a dentist somewhere in North America, retired, and she's always encouraged him years and years ago, must have been 40 years ago, to use this technology to grow a tooth. And he's had it in his pocket, and now is the time that it's come out. So health@spaceshipinstitute.org. If you'd like to participate in these trials, we'll put it in the chat. And that's for also the pH. And this is what he'll explain now. Any thoughts or comments? We continue.
Which we have now, we launched today, is for a larger number. One of the biggest menace in the life of the man is a change in pH of the body of the man. If you go below certain pH level, doctors tell us, scientists tell us, lead to creation of separate and different conditions. We have tested, and now with certainty, with more confidence, we would like to test a large number of knowledge seekers who their condition is or can be or is dependent on the pH of the body. Or if you want to prevent the change of the pH, that it goes below 7. This is a 2-week trial. So every day for 2 weeks, you have to measure your pH before you start, and then see how much your pH goes up. And we know for some cases, if we can keep the pH over 7, 7.5 for over 14 days, 21 days, body can pick up and maintain that. This is important for certain conditions, which many of you know. And this trial we established as of today. Again, the same way, limited numbers. If you want to prevent future conditions which changing pH can create, or you want just to guarantee safety or whatever, you join this trial and make sure you have access to measure your pH every day, before and after the session. You're allowed 1 hour per day, 5 days a week, not 7 days a week. It's important to allow the body to rest, maybe 3 days, 1 day rest, 2 days, 1 day rest. And then we'll see how this will come up. If what we've seen to be established, we can, as part of prevention plan of the Keshe Foundation, force, as part of the policy we offer, that every knowledge seeker has to take a 10-day course prior to signing in a way we set the scene for prevention of what we call in the future will metastasize and the rest of it. So we open 2 trials with our doctors. Both you write to health@spaceshipinstitute.org. It will be passed on to the doctors. And we have asked, and we want our doctors just to accept the cases of pH directly, irrespective of the condition. And if you see any changes positive in your condition, which comes through changes in pH, you let us know. We can extend it further for you with consideration of what could be and what expenses sits with the foundation. In this side, we only accept 100 cases, no more. And more or less all of you need it. But who comes first will be served first. And there is no condition you have diagnosed with whatever is metastasized, is shown itself somewhere, you think you might have, or you want to prevent to have conditions in the future which is affected by pH of the body, then you can reach out and you go through the Keshe Foundation doctors and you'll be accepted unconditionally. We don't look at the condition. We are all interested to see, through the new technology, from a distance, we can change our pH. which we've seen can be done by our doctors. This becomes important for us in the future policies which we offer, part of the prevention, which means once you're scanned, screened, you have to join a 2-week session as part of the screening to make sure in the future you do not get the conditions which then cannot be handled. This will become important for you in the upcoming time. As we say, as the time comes, there'll be no health conditions to force the governments to keep such expensive health organizations around the world. One of the biggest burden on the nations is the health programs. Now we have the understanding of it, but we want to confirm it. 100 cases allocated, and more or less all of you need this. And some of you could have conditions, diagnosed with conditions, but in a way we want to see if we can prevent it. And every month you send a message back to us. What is your pH? We want to see it keeps a consistency above 7.5. If you already have a condition below 7, then you still can see if this condition can go on. I have to ask Samuel, will block you from the chat if you carry on with this behavior. Sorry about that. We have to understand that if we manage to get these two done, we go to the next trial series of the Keshe Foundation. We go into understanding as we offered a bigger structure of what we call looking after people. And this time we'll go hopefully in conjunction with government, which means as part of the national health of the systems, the governments will offer these technologies. And this will allow us to bring a new dimension. A limited number of trials available for our dentistry side, and maximum 100 on our what we call pH side. Comes first, serves first, and when we get to our limit, we stop, because we have to organize the systems to be. You'll be given a certain times of the day you can log in, or the 2 days that you cannot log in. And this allows us to evaluate, and then as a data collected to publish for the governments and the health authorities to understand how remotely the pH can be controlled, and most probably we eradicate cancer. Once the government understands the process and we can prove, show it. We allow officials from the government to monitor this trial. Tomorrow at 12 o'clock Central European Time is the final session of addiction. And this is important to us again. If you are one of those who has been through this last 2 sessions and you're joining us for the last session, the 3rd session tomorrow. The 3rd session tomorrow will be short, beginning, and then we go for the testimonials. Please write your testimonials today to info@keshe.foundation.
Okay, so as far as the pH testing, it doesn't look like there's any fees involved with this. And he said we all need it. He talked about metastasizing, and that I think means that the problem has moved from one part of the body to another, but we all are subject to this big C. I know Alex has mentioned this. He's actually went through it. Not on the pH side, but maybe he did. And that's interesting because I think someone, I'm not sure who it was, but they asked Mr. Keshe a question in the Q&A a number of workshops ago about changing the body to become more alkaline for this kind of condition. Maybe I don't remember it, but he said something along the line that maybe you don't need to make the body so alkaline, or that may not be good. See, there's much more to this than we think we understand. But he said that they wanted to move in the alkaline direction, and I thought he said something along the lines that maybe that wasn't the right approach, or maybe that's something the cancer would like. We'd have to review that, but I thought it was a pretty much known understanding that the elevated pH in the body to a certain point is actually creates a more healthy condition within the body. And that's what I think he's explaining here. But we all need it, he said. And there's 100 slots open. Contact health at spaceshipinstitute.org for the dental or the pH trials. And again, this is a test to put this into, I'm not sure if we have this still up in the store. I know it said it was out of stock at one time, but it's this comprehensive program here, right? Here we go. This will probably go into the comprehensive wellness program, prevention, enhancement, recovery. But this sounds like part of this. I know, Alex, you've mentioned this a number of times, the percentage in Canada. It's quite high as far as people coming across these cancers. I know it was 1 out of so many, and now it's 3 out of so many. I don't know exactly the numbers, but I know. So this is probably be where it goes. So you'll have a prevention program, the nourishment program, the energy program, transmutation program, and this is all going to be structured for an individual or for a family, and depending on your family size. So these trials are keeping us busy. Yes, we're all learning more, but it's also going to be monitored by the governments to see, again, it's a prevention program. So I would think it would be right here in this comprehensive wellness program as part of this structure. And simply by changing the pH, it creates a different condition that certain things can't grow or can't metastasize. Again, I'm not a doctor, and I'm not claiming to be, but I'm just explaining what the foundation and the way they're approaching this in collaboration with the governments to monitor and see what's being done. And to hold that pH, as he said, it needs to be tested. How do we check for pH? Through saliva and urine? Is anyone familiar with or done any pH testing on their own?
Urine only.
Urine only.
Urine only. Saliva is not a true representation of the internal part of the body. And you do it midstream, first thing in the morning, and just before you go to bed.
Okay. And what are you checking it with? Just some sort of paper?
You get there's special pH paper. It comes in rolls, goes from 5.6 to 14 pH.
And it's
you take a little strip off and you urinate on it and check the colors.
Okay, and then you match it up with a chart or something on the
Yeah,
container?
the chart's right on the one we used. The chart was right on the little package.
And is that accurate, Randy? Or
very accurate?
Okay, I don't know.
We did it all the time when we were using our healing spa in Thailand, and we'd have all the people check it first thing in the morning and last thing at night to see what techniques were working for which people. And I think this is what Mr. Keshe is referring to too, is since we're all the same, but individually we can all be different internally.
Right, and he indicated we all need this apparently. And how does the pH get out of balance?
Oh, there's so many
So
factors.
many,
That's
so many
that's the
factors.
things that we discovered. You can have people in the same family, and then everybody's different.
Even though they're
Uh,
consuming basically the same diet.
Yes, and the thing that we tested and found that type O's, they have the highest level of stomach acid of all the blood types, and type A, they have the lowest. So different problems for, like a type O, they can digest a steak without a problem because the high levels of hyaluronic acid, but type A cannot. And on a different spectrum, a type A can benefit from a cup of coffee, and a type O should not have coffee. One cup's not going to hurt you, but 10 cups a day, like some people do, and then what happens in the type O, you burn out, you overdrive the system, and then it crashes.
I know somebody was a natural health practitioner, and she was saying that even though a lemon is acidic, when it goes into the body, it turns it alkaline.
Yep, and this is the whole thing about different
That's a
foods.
mystery, isn't it?
It is, because when you take a look at the body, how it's adjusting all the time, 24/7 to the environment that it's in. Myself, I was gaining weight when I was young and found out that it was my breakfast. And as soon as I cut out my total breakfast and went to just a cup of coffee, I started to lose weight.
Yeah,
So, this is the whole thing. Our bodies are changing. And the more we work with the plasmatic energy and the more we subject ourselves to this, that's changing things too.
and with these trials, people are not traveling, are they, to Linz or to wherever? This is all going to be done remotely through the headphones. Is that your understanding, Randy? Or
That's that's how I think it would do it, because Linz is closed. So there's no use traveling to Linz. So through the app, he always said that everything is going to be done through an app on the cell phone.
get
So,
this app? I
and
know.
then people have to
No,
remember
Randy,
that the
I
cell
just
phone
wanted,
batteries came from Mr. Keshe's technology.
Randy, in
Yeah.
Canada, are you able to test your type O, type A blood? Because when I was there, they don't do it at all.
Some doctors will, some doctors won't. You can buy a kit online for, I think, $15 and test it yourself.
Okay, now I'm in South Africa, but what would it be called? Just to test
Well,
your
just do a blood search for a blood type test.
okay.
I know Amazon used to have it. I don't know if they have it anymore. We would buy it commercially in Thailand from a medical supply place. We just get, we'd buy a case of the things, because it's a test you use once, then you throw everything away.
So
Mhm.
when
Oh,
you were trying to adjust the pH, Randy, how did you approach it? With food or?
Well, food is one thing, but usually when we were treating people, some people couldn't eat food. Their systems are so far out, they
Okay.
couldn't digest food, so we had to go to liquids. They existed basically on a liquid diet, meaning you take vegetables and things easy like that, grind them up, blend them in a blender, and make a soup broth, and that's what they'd have. And then we found that if you were too acidic, you just use simple baking soda or warm water to bring it back to an alkaline. But if you're too uh, uh, alkaline, then you got to put acid in the system. So you'd use ascorbic acid. It's a fine line. Like Mr. K said, it's a fine line.
Yes, he
Because
was saying
some people in advanced stages of cancers, they were too alkaline, way alkaline.
maybe that's what Mr. Keshe was referring to when he answered or addressed a question a few workshops ago about this alkalinity in the body and having a cancer. Would it feed the cancer?
Well, we know that all disease is emotionally related. So the emotions, I think, would portray part of the feeding aspect. But we know that sugar, and when you look at pleomorphism and yeast, bacteria, fungus, mold, etc., sugar feeds all that stuff. We used to ask people, how much white death do you use? Meaning white bread and white sugar.
Bad
But again,
examples.
if we get away from eating food and living on the 80% energy of plasma, well, that's going to help the body survive too.
Yeah, no question. John, did you want to add to this? John Wells. I see your mic is open. Perhaps it came open. Are you aware your mic is open? I'll mute it for you. Or maybe there's a connection issue. He's trying to speak and he's not getting there. Okay. Anyone else have a thought on this? I'm sure Alex can really go quite deep into this as he went through an incident like this. But maybe we'll save that for a little bit later. But Mr. Keshe indicated that we all need this. So how successful were you, Randy, in your program? Or
We had huge success. But we made sure that one of the questions that we did ask the person, are you able, ready, and willing to begin the healing process? And then we would tell them, we don't heal you. You're the healer.
yeah, most of us totally overlook this pH. We just think by being on a good diet that everything, if you're eating well, and again, not a lot of sugars, not a lot of starches and so on, things would automatically balance. But that's not always the case, is it?
My question is, I asked someone the other day, show me a real cow. Show me a cow that hasn't been
Yeah,
genetically
I wanted
modified.
to ask Randy, what about the electronic pH meters?
We didn't test those, John. We found it was cheaper to do.
Yeah,
Oh, you
But
mean
I
I can
think
see
the
my
P,
microphone's working.
like a
I
pen?
think that
Yeah, I know what you're talking about, where you just put it in the solution and you get a digital readout. Yeah.
Mark, can't you hear me? Because I can see
Yes.
my microphone
Now-
going up.
Now we can,
What-
John. We couldn't hear you earlier, even though your mic was open. But go ahead.
I've used those pH meters, John, to test the alkalinity of the solutions for making GANs. I make one for testing the salinity. It's very accurate. So I think the pH meter, if you're to have someone urinate in a cup, and it's good like that. So
Right. And apparently one of the ways you can tell if you made a CO2 from a tap water or a water, and you had a control of the same water in a container, the only way you'd be able to tell which one is the plasma water and which one is the tap water would be the difference in the pH. So the CO2, I think in at least the CO2, but it has a higher pH than you start with. And that can also elevate other pHs of other waters you put it next to. Isn't that your understanding, Randy?
I haven't tested that, Mark. Now you give me some work to do this week. Thank you very much.
Hopefully it's a pleasure.
Well, it will be. I like experimenting with, because I know there's one GANs I made, a herbal one. I have to keep it away from the other ones. If I have it near the CO2 or the ZNO, there's organisms that literally grow in the water. If you put that one by itself, it doesn't grow. So that water is absolutely alive. The one with the herbs.
Mark, can you hear me now?
Yes, John, nicely. Yes.
Ah, good. Randy, I wanted to ask you, what about the electronic pH meters?
Like we didn't try those, but from what Mark had just said, I'm going to go ahead and order one and check a bunch of different things just to see.
Yeah, I've got two of them, but I've got to find the new batteries for them. But I can also add because I keep all my urine, because all the experiments I do. And my urine for the last year or 2 years has changed completely.
So what
The
pH is it
odor,
now,
the
John?
appearance. I haven't managed to. I'll get down to measuring it this week. Try and find the batteries for this pH meters, or get the strips to test them. Because I use my urine to bathe in it. I don't use soap or shampoo. I use the urine, and that's fantastic for your skin and your hair and everything.
How
Well,
many
any-
drops?
And I can
How many
attest
drops?
with, I can attest with John, he's 110, but he looks 65, so he's really been successful in his efforts.
In fact, I haven't shaved for the last 17 years. And I don't have a beard.
John, how many drops of urine do you use for bathing?
About a liter and a half.
A liter and a half in a full tub.
No, I just shower, but I use a vegetable sponge, dip it in the urine, wash the skin. What the urine does it drops all the top coating of your skin that's dead already. You get rid of that, so you got new skin coming up every time you use it.
It's an exfoliant of some sort.
Exactly,
Yeah,
that's the correct name. Yeah.
So do you just, you're in the shower, you put it on your body and then you rinse it off from the shower?
Exactly.
Or
Yes,
okay.
rinse it off with warm water, nothing else.
Okay, that sounds really
I've done this
interesting.
for 15 years now, so
A welder
I can
told me
vouch.
that anytime he burnt his hand when he was welding,
Yeah.
he just put urine on it. Pain gone.
In fact,
No blisters.
if you're going to expose yourself to the sun, put your urine on your skin and you won't get burnt by the sun. And if
Oh,
you are burnt by the sun, put the urine and it'll cure you immediately.
wow.
Yeah,
Of course, you might
interesting.
have a problem if you're in a taxi or something. They might not want you there,
There's
but
always a problem, but
And
anyway,
in
yeah.
any, if you've got a cut or a wound, whenever you put your urine on it, and that'll stop the bleeding and it'll cure the wound in very much faster than what with any other product.
Yes,
Even ionized, what is it? Oxygenized
iodine,
water.
you mean? Iodine,
But
yeah.
no,
And
or the oxygenized, the hydrogenized water. The one that bubbles.
but the fact, don't you take a lot of plasma water, so maybe you've got special urine.
Well, but I've been taking the plasma water. I haven't got any other water in my home for the last, 7 years. But I've been practicing urine therapy for 27 years now.
yes, and many cultures give a lot of accolades to using your own waters in many different
Exactly.
applications.
Hmm.
Yeah.
Wow.
So this is nothing new, even though in the West it's quite foreign and doesn't seem like people
Nice
should.
to be seen, yeah.
Yeah.
But
Yeah.
in India, it's typical.
Yeah.
The Hindus use it a lot.
Yes, I know we've heard Mr. Keshe speak of this in a number of instances. Not that he uses his own urine, but he knows how to make the salts and create that. So very interesting. So this pH is definitely something we all, or the regulation of the pH, keeping it on the slightly alkaline side is something he said we all need. So I think there's 100 positions open. I don't know, they may already be full, but you can write to health@spaceshipinstitute.org for both the pH trials and the dental or tooth.
Yeah, I can vouch for the teeth also, the way they grow.
But isn't it 2400
Yeah, no,
euros?
forget about that. With my
Yeah,
teeth,
I
I won't
think,
be able to go.
yeah, it's 2,000 plus the value added tax, and that would come to the 2,400, I believe. But he said
So
that in the future, people would, did he say before they signed up for the Keshe Foundation or whatever, they'd be put through a 10-day course on this pH?
I
Yeah,
thought that was the
that's
plan.
what we heard. Yeah.
Yeah, and what a relief to the governments. I think it's, as Mr. Keshe said about much of the healthcare, at least here in the West, it's very expensive, but it doesn't get a lot of results. And we know that with cancer. I've seen a number of people thought they were successful with it, but didn't last as long as they should have in mind. But the cost of processing someone who's going to conventional could be in the hundreds of thousands of dollars, as I understand it. So it's quite expensive for the governments to pay this money, and of course for the citizens as well. So it's a win-win. The governments will not have so much expense on that end, and the patients will, or the citizens will, maintain their health. And it sounds like he's saying that we want to see if whatever they're going to use in the energies plasmatically will hold. In other words, maintain that pH. So this is part of the trials. And again, we're all helping to develop and perfect these systems. But this is just another one of the trials that he said were keeping mankind busy. Don't forget, there's 8 billion of us here, and we need to be doing certain things and trials and keeping us busy while they're working sort of at the other end of the spectrum in a way. But the knowledge seekers are going to have a lot to do with delivering this knowledge and teaching it.
Yeah, I receive about over 100 people a month fetching plasma water, and I also talk to them about the urine, because I've been known here for the last 20 years about the urine nutty because of my broadcasting station. But a lot of people are really looking into it and practicing it, and we're having a lot of good results.
Okay. Any other thoughts on this? Has anyone signed up for either one of the trials?
I'll try and sign up for the pH test. Let's see what happens
Yeah.
once we get through this teaching.
And again, it's all about the wellness.
Yeah.
Is what's going to be put into these this comprehensive universal plasma coverage for wellness. And again, prevention is what we're talking about, I think, with the pH, the nutrition. Yeah.
Randy must be listening to it. But a few days ago, I also mentioned, I noticed my corporal temperature is at least 1 degree centigrade lower than normal.
Huh.
And I've been checking it for the last, 6 months at least. And with several thermometers. So it's not, I bought a new electronic one, but I'm using 2 mercury ones. One that my mother used to use on me 70 years ago. So that's been active for 70 years and never missed a reading, a good reading. And
Yeah,
it's a German
interesting that
thermometer.
our structure carries its own waters. We release them and dispose of them, but I think there's many, many uses, again, that we haven't really understood.
Go to your Bible. What does your Bible say?
Yeah.
Proverbs chapter 5, 15 and 16. Drink from thy own fountains. Don't throw them out into the street. .
Okay, my mouse is acting like it's running out of power, but just to review with this, connecting with the soul of the creator for the elevation of the soul of the children. Of course, you're the creator, and this process of abuse is quite extensive, and it's not only sexual abuse, as he said, it's slavery, it's psychological abuse. There's many abuses children have to go through and then try to balance these things out in the rest of their lives. I think we'll continue on. Mr. Keshe tells a story about a woman who was involved in this sort of abuse. I think it's educational for us to listen to this next part. I think he goes into it here. Any other thoughts before we continue?
We have received some testimonials, and somehow some of you have lost your habits or addictions. Very interesting. Addictions we never knew existed. And if the knowledge seekers allow, who have sent us these what I call wonderful addictions they got rid of, we read it for you. It's very, very interesting how we are addicted to things we could never imagine what could be addicted to. No names will be mentioned, and they'll be kept absolutely discreet. But it's interesting how some of you have written to us the addictions you had and you got rid of, or you don't have a feel for it. These trials, these sessions brings a lot of knowledge to us that in the upcoming time with what we agreed with the government will become knowledge of nations. We pass our knowledge, what we gain, to the scientists of the governments to develop further for a nation to benefit by it. This is the beauty of how, as a knowledge seekers, we work. As many of you know, the May and June session has been assigned for child abuse. For the way you elevated the soul of the world leaders, and today we sit and we gave you the news for it, now we need to reach to the other side, elevate the soul of those who have suffered and suffered through this process. And then the next month, to change those who bring that suffering to those who suffer. The child abuse is a pattern which has to be curbed, the same as wars. And join us in the May session to bring this about, beginning of, and you will see the effect of it.
Absolutely.
You elevated the soul of the world leaders. You brought yourself to be in a position to bring the world leaders to understand the beginning of the world peace and change of technology. Now we have assigned that to it in less than 3 months. Now is the next step. Join us, sign into it, and we bring the change. I thank all of you for all the support you have given us in positions you have allowed us to open for the change. If there are any questions, we answer.
Okay, yes, there are many questions in our Q&A. I think we have 8 questions lined up here. So let's begin. Let's see. From Cristiano, it's actually from Alexandra, from the Brazilian community. The question is, we know that our souls are eternal, and even though we are in children's bodies, we carry in our RNA and DNA behavior patterns that can keep our souls imprisoned, reproducing what they expect from us like a vicious circle. Because of this, the families end up contributing for the children to remain in certain emotional addictions. How can we contribute so that the souls of the children of this planet are freed from the addictions that can lead them either to the position of victim or of abuser?
The answer to this is a strengthening the soul, that no one becomes that victim. When we used to run the sessions in Nino, Finland, I explained this many times to people. When you get people of, for example, fibromyalgia, they're the best example of it. Fibromyalgia comes from abuse before puberty. Doesn't matter if it's sexual, it's physical, psychological, or combinational. And we see extensive fibromyalgia, mainly majority with women who've been abused emotionally by their mother, not necessarily sexually. And when they walk in, before even they sit to say what they have as a problem, you recognize it. It's like black and white written in the sky. They're bent forward. The shoulders is folded in, like when you pull a ball before you shoot. The shoulders are folded in. The head is down. The walking is not a strength, it's just dragging itself in. And it's written on the wall, fibromyalgia. When you see this, you ask a question. What's the condition? They tell you, I suffer from fibromyalgia. For 20 years, for 30 years, I cannot walk more than this. I'm registered as a, what do you call, handicapped person, or a person who cannot participate in a normal life. Or I just about manage to live. The first thing you do, or the first thing which we used to do, was to build systems for them to strengthen the soul, to strengthen the connection between the soul of the man and the soul of physicality, with the breathing systems, with waters that they wash their head. That time to them is just the water. But the waters which was created in the bottles they had to drink or wash their head is exactly what the enhancement units of today are. But in a simpler way, we allow the soul to expand, to come in touch with the soul of physicality. And what we used to do all the time, I used to say, if you don't mind, I have to take some pictures, sideways and the front, that they could see their posture. And after 3 months, 6 months, they come to see you. You see them, happy people, changed, and no sign of fibromyalgia. And what we did was to do exactly what now is done in a simpler way in a head unit. In what you join us for addiction, and you get. We expand the soul. But at that time, we could do it very simply through what we call the water, and by breathing. Now we know the essence of the breathing is to give the maximum energy to the soul, to feed the soul. That's why we breathe, and our soul is just on top of our nostrils, in the back of the throat. When the air turns in, doesn't matter if you breathe through your mouth or your nose, you energize, you give energy to the physicality of the brain and to the soul. And then they change. But meanwhile, what was the most important thing? You always ask them, can you tell us if you've been abused? And there's always a story with it. And there's always a story with it. and they just open up. And when they finish, they handle the abuser. Does not matter if the abuser is dead or alive. And the first thing, as we know, the fibromyalgia is by the abusive condition below age of puberty. Always tell them, you have to understand, it's not your fault. It has not been your fault. You were a child and you looked up, and the one you looked up to abused it. If you understand that it's not your fault, you get to the point that you can cross the line and live a different life. In 2008, one of our knowledge seekers, very early knowledge seekers, he's still a knowledge seeker in the background in Holland. He brought me, by introduction, a lady in her mid-40s, 50s. And she was bent. And he said, this is what she can't do anything. Speaking to her, I came to understand that the abuse was very early by the mother. That was irrelevant. She understood, even though the mother was dead. Going through the process, she recovered fully. She used to work 2 hours a week, and that was more than she could do, just enough to be qualified to get her Social Security at that time. And she needed time to recover from that 2 hours. We know another knowledge seeker in Belgium who became one of the ones you love and you know very well. He was suffering with that for 20 years and he was homebound. And one day near Christmas, I received a call from this lady in Holland. She said, my daughter wants to see you. I said, is there a problem? She said, no, she just wants, there's something she wants to tell you. I traveled all the way from West Flanders to Holland to meet this young lady from the lady who started living. She actually used to work now 5 or 6 days a week. She could do everything she couldn't do for 20, 30 years. I met this young girl in university in the early 20s. And I said, how can I help you? She said, I don't need help. I said, what am I here for? She said, I asked my mother to call you to tell you that for the first time in 20 years in my life, I have hot food on the table and I don't need to cook or look after my mother. Now I have a mother. And she's living. I can talk to, I can go to a movie to, where all my childhood I was alone. The abuse of children is by the parents or by the people around, where they can dominate and abuse the same. And we have to understand this, that it's not their fault. And once they understand it's not their fault, the abuse stops, because they become the abuser of themselves. And this is where you cannot break the circle. It's a vicious circle. When somebody abuses children, makes them to feel it's their fault. That's why they're abusing. I'm beating you because you want me to beat you. I abuse you because you want me to abuse you. And a child who we accept And when we become teenagers, become unacceptable. Why don't I do this to others? Or in turn, they become abusive because that's how they learned. I've said this story, but it's the reality about another case of child abuse. I used to work with a doctor in Belgium. As you know, we have a certificate from Naturopathica to give material as we do today to the doctors. We have a certificate for it. So everything goes with the legal frame, where it was not disclosed in the court, where they took us for fun. But now they pay for it. This doctor said, I cannot ask the lady to come. She doesn't leave the house. You can go and meet her. I went with the doctor. The house was about 3 or 4 steps up in Antwerp. She opened the door, stood in front of me, bent, twisted. I looked at her and I said to her, have you been abused? And the lady fell flat back on the settee behind her. She said, you're the first person ever tell me and ask me. I said, tell me the story. She has had numerous, if I remember, about 15, 20 operations on her leg, on hips, and 10 or 15 operations on the right hand. She wanted to cut her right hand. That was her the obsession she had. I said, tell me the story, what it is, then I can help you. Or with the doctor, which is with me, we can structure it that you can walk away from this position. She said, at young age, 7, 8, 9 years old, I was sold by my mother to my grandfather for sex, because the money my mother borrowed my father from my grandfather, she couldn't pay back. He took me as a sex slave. By age of 11, I had so many abortions. And interesting is, Belgian government did nothing about how can a young girl get pregnant and have abortion. It's the nature of the nation. I said, what's the hand operation? Is it because you want to cut your hand? She said, yes, because with this hand I had to please him. And I said, what's the operation? So many operations on legs. Says, if I could keep my legs closed, he wouldn't hold. My legs failed me, that he could rape me every day. I explained to her, it's not your fault. And with the doctor we sat, and we built systems for her to expand her soul. 4 months later, she moved out of the house. She had 3 children, all handicapped. Because psychologically she didn't want to give birth to another child that could be abused like her. And if they were handicapped, nobody could abuse them, to her mentality. Now she lives a normal life. She works as a social worker. And she goes out of the house. She lives a normal life. I kept in touch with her till I escaped from Belgium from the hand of the same people. In a way, we didn't do anything. Understanding the power of the soul, we expanded the soul. The soul understanding the work of the physicality, it became strong enough to understand the emotion of abuse. Even though we blocked all our connections with the Belgium. This lady comes among some of your knowledge seekers in the teaching. I still see her in the background. The reason we can change is that we can elevate the soul to understand the weakness of the physicality. And one of the first things you teach a child who's abused is that it's not your fault. And if they accept that position, you're 99% across the line of the abuse. They will not allow the abuse to take place. This is the reason we put the May session and the June session as part of this. We can't have a generation of children who are abused in the next generation of knowledge seekers, where they'll come up the wrong way. And it's our job to put right. We manage to put the soul of the world leaders in the right position. Children should not be that hard. So when you speak about abuse with the children and the youngsters, you have to understand it's not their fault. And if they understand that, then all you need to do is to elevate the soul. And the soul will repair the physicality. This is what we say. If you learn to beat the soul will feed the physicality. Now you understand how it's connected. Any other question?
Okay, thank you, Mr. Keshe. There was a second part to the question. Will the next sessions that will deal with children also deal with the subject of how parents should raise their children, or will this subject be dealt with in an exclusive session?
It's part of the teaching we have to teach. Because most of the time the parents are the abusers without them knowing. And it comes sometimes through unknown ways. We live with them, but we don't see them being abused. And I've been in that position with my children. Their nannies and the people we trusted to bring them up were abusing psychologically. And when we got rid of them, they opened their mouth. What they did to them. So, in a way, we have to understand this position. That sometimes people we trust to look after our children are the abusers in hiding, most of the time. And sometimes we get people who are abusive use places to bring children to abuse. This is the worst part. Where children would bring other children to be abused. And are part of the organization. And in a way they get rewarded by more abuse themselves. This is very common in Belgium. Some of you tell me how you speak about it. I worked and lived in Belgium for nearly 30 years. Married to one of the most abusive child abuse families I never knew till my divorce. And I started analyzing how, with all my knowledge, I overlooked such a thing. And always covered up. Always covered up with different ways and things. the lady was bringing children to be abused. It's in the police record. Part of the gag. And the Keshe Foundation, if you remember, was used the same. We're getting too many pedophiles around us because the connection was established. The abusers, the abused, they become abuser and supplier. And this is why we put the June session to elevate soul of those who do. You cannot do half-cooked job. We cannot just elevate the soul of children. We have to elevate the soul of the abusers, that cycle stops. If you go to the police station of Zevenham, you get the whole file. The whole family has been to prison for abusing children, child trafficking. People coming from South America to abuse children in Belgium and Zevenham. When we opened the files after the divorce, I was shocked. And well covered. So when we put the session, how to do elevation of the soul of the children who abuse, we have to elevate the soul of the abusers, that it doesn't become worse. Because once you save one, understand one, they go to another child because they lost their client, they lost their abuse position. This is why we put this as a two-session part. And most probably, the elevation of the soul of the children will go for 2 or 3 weeks, not just one session. The way we're done with addiction. We're not here for one show. They're here to bring the change. But the strangest thing is these abusers make it so normal that their children become abusers. And it's normality to them. Any other question?
Again, here is the session. It won't just be one session. It'll be one for the children and one for the abusers, one in May, first for the children and then for the adults. And obviously this problem, this issue goes into the tens of millions or hundreds of millions of children, so many that we don't even know. And again, it's not always sexual abuse, it's psychological abuse, it's slavery and the rest of it. And even the woman that had 3 handicapped children because she, in her mind, she said they can't be abused because they're handicapped. So we can touch millions and millions of children, and we thank the Brazilian team for putting this little background for us together. So reserve your seat. I think it's by May 23rd. You can go to the Keshe Foundation store as we've just shown. But rather than writing letters, protesting, exposing them, we'll work through the soul and we can reach millions and millions and bring that change. As Mr. Keshe said, we can't just do half a job just with the children. We also have to deal with the adults. So we can start to bring the beginning of the end of this abuse on this planet through the session on May 26th. So encourage all of you to be part of this change. And again, it runs into the probably hundreds of millions, if not even a billion. I can't even guesstimate, but we've seen it from the top of the spectrum, as we say, to the from the street sweeper up to the world leaders. This is a huge, huge problem, but through the soul, through the elevation of the souls, the energies of the souls, we can bring the change to start to take place. Okay, let's go to our, excuse me, oops, we're going to close this just a second. And where is my, there. All right. Let's create more of a dome of peace. We all are getting more and more familiar of how it's done. It's not done so much through the physicality as it's done through the elevation of the soul to bring these changes. And whether it's children, world leaders, yourself, your family, your friends, the other inhabitants of this planet or throughout the universe, it appears we all need a soul elevation in a certain way to create this peace dome within ourselves and then to the outer world around us. So we'll hear the first part, of course, is the releasing of the Gans water, something for the physicality to do, as we've reviewed before. But this takes place every Sunday. But it doesn't have to be just on Sunday. It can be any time of the day or night.
I don't know if anyone want to read this Dome of Peace. Anyone want to offer?
I will
With a nice
read it
voice.
for you.
Okay.
This is what came in and what is now become a pattern. This from a guy, I don't know him, but it says, please remember this Sunday and every Sunday from now on, till we raise the soul of this planet to a peaceful planet. Keshe Foundation knowledge seekers worldwide will spread the gas waters around the world at 12 p.m. Central European Time and or 18 p.m. Central European Time every Sunday at the same time as they choose which time to suit them. Thank you for participating in this greatest movement by the soul of the man to bring about the peace on this planet as the permanent feature of the life of this planet.
Okay, I think we're all familiar with releasing Gans waters. Now we're going to take it to the next level. We continue with the releasing of the Gans waters, and we go through the dimension of the energies or through the dimension of the soul to create this elevation. And it certainly is needed, and it's the most effective way, I think, of reaching others is on the soul level. Even though it would seem counterintuitive to most of us, you've got to roll up your sleeves and get your hands dirty and get something done. That's not the way it works effectively. So this is the second part of the peace process, creating this dome by giving from the soul, your energies. And we all have unique energies. As Mr. Keshe said, no one fails this test. We're all successful, but we're practicing. We're practicing to learn more of how to do this. But through our combination of energies, we become much more effective. As he said, collectively, we're stronger. So in just a moment, we'll take 5 minutes and practice elevating the soul of the world leaders and so on.
Anybody wants to read the Dome of Peace? I mean, Beautiful Souls in here. Okay, I'll read this beautiful presentation of Dome of Peace. And the Dome of Peace is already here. All the knowledge seekers, truth seekers, lovers of humanity has built it in a way, spreading the guns, loving each other as shareholders. So I will read this as please remember, every Sunday from now on until we raise the soul of this planet to a peaceful planet, Keshe Foundation knowledge seekers worldwide will spread the Gans waters around the world at 12 p.m. CET and or at 18 p.m. CET every Sunday at the same time, as they choose which time to suit them. Thank you for the participation in this greatest movement by the soul of man to bring about the peace on this planet as a permanent feature of the life of this planet. Mr. Keshe suggests we add the next step to create the dome of peace with power of the souls, as we have already going through this with the 2 eyes. And we ask you to spread the Gans waters each Sunday. Now we give you a new path. Now try to unite each other's souls. Try to elevate the souls of humanity, soul of humanity, through your own soul to a level that no one can touch, the embodiment of the human race. So beautiful. Choose a time where all of you come together on the soul level in a state of inner calmness. At that time, don't spread the water of Gans, but spread your soul. Unite, and in time, we will make a new race out of the soul of man. And then, instead of doing it once a week, do it all the time. Keshe. Thank you.
Okay, and I think we can add the children in, as probably many people have already done. But this is a very huge problem, and they're sort of helpless in their own. They look up to the adults for support, for guidance, for where to sleep and so on. But there, again, the abuse is in the millions, tens of millions, hundreds of millions of children across this planet in many, many abusive conditions. And again, it's not only sexually, but it's also slavery, psychological abuse, and the rest of it. So let us take 5 minutes for the elevation of the souls of the 5+1 peace negotiators. They're still in the process of this. As Mr. Keshe said, it's been completed, but there's always seems to be a little bit something, somebody comes up with something to make another issue to not complete these negotiations, but they're very close to being there. They're completed. The soul of the International Atomic Energy Agency, all souls working for peace in Vienna, the soul of humanity, the souls of world leaders and religious leaders of planet Earth, and let's include the children. So let's take 5 minutes starting now and go into this process. Again, these combinations of energies released or field strengths, or strengths fields, each one of us is unique, and collectively we make much more of an impact, but also we can work individually. And let's start it right now. Thank you. And we thank you all for continuing and carrying on this process until we see that peaceful condition. Every day, as Gallup has put in the chat here, good day, everyone. It's almost 9 p.m. time for elevation. And this is the invitation from the Universal Council, invites the Keshe family and the Universal Council family in unifying at the soul level every day at 21 p.m. CET time, or CEST, that's the time we're on, for the elevation of all souls and the protection of the physicality in the universe. So daily, everyone can meet together on the soul level, not in the Zoom, not in the Telegram, but just on the soul level, connect with the other souls and join with the Universal Council. This is what they've asked, and this is what's being delivered. And this is the way we'll continue to work most effectively, I believe, rather than if each one of us took our physicality and tried to bring the change. It's going to happen through the energies as they go out and the souls work together. And you all have different combinations of energies. Collectively, it makes this beautiful bouquet to bring the change. And of course, the Brazilian intention is daily. And that's at 2 a.m., I believe. And also the Wednesday meeting for the, again, soul of the International Atomic Energy Agency, the world leaders, and the rest. And the children are included and probably more. So we thank the Brazilian team. And again, you can be working and still participate in this process. I think we know we can operate in 2 dimensions simultaneously. So you could be cooking, you could be cleaning, you could be at your job, but take a moment on a daily basis and join with the others. Gail has asked a question here. If outside Europe, does anyone know a new way to send funds to the Creator Workshop? You still can use the store, Gail. You'll just send it just as you ordered it and send the money there. I think we've confirmed that. So that's the way. For donations, this will be different outside of Europe, but I still think that the store can accept donations. I think Mr. Keshe was referring to that, and then they would forward it to the doctors. But definitely anything in the store can be ordered inside and outside of Europe. So feel free to sign up for the Dining with the Creator series, again, monthly series, and you can find that on the donation store. Yes, Gail?
Thank you, Mark.
Yeah.
I tried it, and I usually use Wise, but I'm just double checking to find out if we have to use a different address than the Netherlands one, because Wise, I would have to send it to the actual banking that's in the Netherlands.
Yeah, the KFM sales is who you're going to send it to. And I think
Hello,
that's
Gail. I'm sorry.
Yes.
Maybe is the you see the Azar put this week at the chat. Maybe that's correct. I'll send to you previously, okay?
Okay.
I
Okay,
copy
thank
and
you.
send. Maybe that's a correct way. Thank you, Mark. I'm so
Yes.
sorry.
It's KMF sales at Lindbergh, Linz, and it's got Austria, LT75, which is the IBAN number. So it's LT753250058303151041. And the SWIFT is Revolt, REVOLT 21. So this is what's in the store.
Are you able to put that in the chat, Mark?
Yes, but it may take a minute or two.
No, that's fine. Minute we've got.
Okay.
Thanks.
Gail, that information, whenever you submit your order, that information is given to you. So, and it's always current and it's always updated. So that is correct what Mark gave you, but always when you buy something from the KF store, as soon as you say submit, it'll actually give you that information right there online. You can copy that information. It's the most current information. So
So
there
it's
is
something new. It's something new they put in.
no, it's always been there. And you just have to follow the directions. When you buy
Okay.
something from the KF store, whether it is a connecting with the soul of the creator or a butterfly or whatever, maggrav, whatever, when you buy your item, when you click the submit button, that's the final button when you make your purchase, it'll give you your payment tab. And then from there, it'll ask you, how do you want to pay? PayPal or bank transfer. You select bank transfer. As soon as you click the submit button, that information is given to you, okay? And you cannot go wrong. It's there. It's always updated, all right?
Right, so you order in
Yeah,
the store.
as long as,
And then she can use Wise to make that transfer based on the order number as a reference. Also, Elias gave us another key with this global money transfer
Yeah,
system that banks employ. Elias, would you share a little bit more detail about this? I wasn't aware of this, but you brought it to our attention that many banks have a global money transfer feature.
Yeah, you check with your bank, make sure your bank offers the service. I know that all the Canadian banks do so. And you just have to ask your bank. And in fact, you can do it online. You don't even need to go to your bank. Just when you're logging online on your online account, usually they'll have a link to the global money transfer. You go there, you click, it'll ask you from which account you want to pay. And then it'll ask you the bank, and it'll ask you also the company. All those details you fill in there, and it'll ask you what kind of currency you want to use. And obviously, if you're using the European stores, it's going to be in euro. Fill out that information, and then it'll give you the rate. And the rate is usually very, very competitive, and there's no charge for the service. Basically, you're using the transfer service of the bank. They do make money on the spread, and everybody makes money on the spread. The spread is actually extremely competitive with some of the best rates out there you can get. So it's a very attractive way to do money transfer, and you don't have to go through another institution. You do it right there with your bank, and the bank secures it, and the bank guarantees it. So you can't get better than that.
So
and
you
it takes
should,
quite a long time on mine. It's
No,
an
actually,
international transfer.
yeah, the transfer is done instantly, basically. And the verification and validation takes within the hour, you know whether the payment went through. It takes about an hour for the validation to happen. And so that's actually pretty good. You know, it's not that bad. You don't have to wait a day or so.
What bank do you use? I use TD.
Yeah, you can use TD. You can use any bank, any bank. All the banks here in Canada have global money transfer. I checked out they all offer it, so it doesn't matter who you deal with. I know TD has it as well.
It's
TD,
called
BMO,
something
and
different.
CIBC.
Yeah.
right, so
So
the
it has a
proper,
different name, Elias.
the proper
I'm sorry, I didn't quite
procedure,
get it.
sorry.
I didn't
Yes,
quite
I'm
get your
saying,
question.
sorry, Elias, on the bank, it's not saying global money transfer. It's like it's another name, but it's definitely international transfer. Is that what you're talking about?
No, it has to be global money transfer. Global. The name global has to be there.
Oh.
It's a specific service, and you can check with your bank if they offer it. I believe TD offers it. I know BMO does, CIBC does. TD has to. It's just standard. They're very competitive. When one bank offers it, they all have to offer it. Otherwise, they lose business. And especially here in Canada, they all basically try to offer very, very similar services. And so you can try asking them. If you don't see the link, contact your bank, ask them if they offer that service.
Right, so
Okay.
you would
Thanks.
order the
Thanks, Elias.
product in the store, and then you would contact your bank either using your computer or going to the bank, asking for this global money transfer. and then use your invoice number as a reference. And that way it looks like it would be completed. Is that clear enough, Gail? Very good. Okay, I think it's time to ask Alex if he'd like to join us. But before he joins us, I'd like to play something that Alex sent to the Brazilian team. And we heard this on Friday. It was what the foundation has meant to him and whatever else he'd like to put in there. But I think this is quite short. So I thought we'd just play this before Alex comes in. And this was played in the Friday night, in the language in the Brazilian community. So let's just hear this small part here. Thank you, Alex.
Transferindo energia através da alma, orelha a orelha. Introdução ao exercício.
Sorry about that. I think this is not the one I was looking for. This is the one Claudia made, and this is a technique Mr. Keshe has used with his children and probably in other locations where you can get the souls. Again, you can go to this video. We'll put the link in the chat if we can. And this is just something about balancing and communicating. And Mr. Keshe has gone through this. You can put an earphone in this ear connected to the ear of the other person and to see what happens. I've never tried this, but let's go forward to Alex's part. I thought I had it on there. I think it's right here. It may start a little early. Let's see.
He comes here to share his testimony about what the technology means to him. Então vamos ao depoimento do Alex.
Hello, my name is Alexander and I am from Canada. I joined the classes in 2015 and became a private student teacher in 2018. The chaos in the Brazilian community delayed progress. Through the reorganization, I did public classes. The number of over 3,000 hours in the archives caused a problem for the newcomers. The Brazilian team made a plan, and we started public classes in October of 2020. The response was stunning, with over 700 viewers. Besides learning about plasma science, we needed to develop more teachers. This was a success. It was repeated in the Italian and Hispanic communities. Now it continues every Sunday in the North American meetings. I estimate that we have only reached about 6% of the world's population. With probably over 6,000 hours of archives now, the demands for teachers for the rest of 94% of the population has increased. Many have doubts about the technology. The advances since June the 6th of 2022 have pushed a lot of people over the edge. When I was 35 years old, I was pushed over the edge. Doctors gave me 6 months to live. I had 3 choices. I could choose radiation, operation, or death. This was clearly an existential crisis for me. 5 years later, I got a 4th choice, and my health was restored. It becomes difficult when we look for evidence or for proof of new technologies. It is much easier to look for fake science and expose its failure. The institutions I respected and counted on let me down and brought me sickness. New knowledge gave me back my life. Doubt was eliminated. We are in an existential crisis on a worldwide basis. There is no doubt as our social institutions are failing on many fronts. In the absence of a bona fide solution, we would face in this year very depressing prospects. Many choose to ignore the present events and pretend that everything is all right. Every excuse in the book of excuses has been used. The Keshe Foundation has entered the new outer space age. Governments have no more excuses to delay progress for humanity anymore. As a volunteer at the Keshe Foundation, I have had to make another choice. The choice between either war and poverty or peace and prosperity is not a fair choice. It is a necessary and urgent choice. Abandon the failures and ignore the doubts, and just keep building the peace dome. The evidence was shown on December the 16th, 2022. The rate of change and adaptation to the new reality is the present challenge facing all of us. The Keshe Foundation offers a bona fide solution. I am grateful for the opportunity to be a part of this process and encourage all to do their part as well. Thank you.
And thank you, Alex. We're blessed that you've taken the fourth choice, which I assume is the Keshe Foundation and the Keshe Foundation technology that helped you pull through. So we're very happy to have you with us today. I know you've mentioned this before. I don't know how much in depth you've gone into it, but I know you went through quite a crisis and came out the other end, and it's a beautiful experience for us to have you here and for you to be sharing with all of us. So
I have to clarify something.
Yes.
You made a comment that the fourth choice was the Keshe Foundation, and that's not true.
Okay.
The fourth choice was presented to me long before I joined the Keshe Foundation. The problem for me was that I didn't understand how this choice worked. It wasn't until I joined the Keshe Foundation that I discovered all of these answers, and it's put me on this path. So it was the fourth choice that brought me to the foundation, and the foundation is the completion of that choice. I'm ready for you, Mark.
Very good. Thank you, Alex, and thank the Keshe Foundation. Let me play the disclaimer, and then we'll continue and go right into Alex's teaching for today. Just bring this down here.
Disclaimer. The information and education material contained herein is meant to promote the general understanding and dialogue of GAN's processing. Such information is not meant or intended to serve as a substitute for a healthcare professional's clinical training, experience, or judgment. For patients and individuals, such information is not to be a substitute for professional medical, therapeutic, or healthcare advice or counseling. For medical issues or concerns, including decisions about medications and other treatments, readers, viewers, listeners should always consult their physician or, in serious cases, seek immediate assistance from emergency personnel. Prescription information, procedures, and use of medical devices information should be undertaken only by properly trained and certified medical personnel. We specifically disclaim any warranties, express or implied, including implied warranties of merchantability or fitness for a particular purpose. Such information is provided, as is, and is believed to be accurate at the time of its publishing, but it is the viewer's job to evaluate the accuracy of any information found in this presentation. Every case presented is of their own experience, applied by themselves for themselves, and it applies to their case only. Every person experiencing health problems should seek professional medical advice and consult their course of treatment with a doctor. The processes of plasma balancing described herein are a natural process which supports the body but does not replace medical advice or therapies one is already subject to.
Okay, Alex, please take the screen, and we welcome your presence with us, and let's see what's in store for us today. I guess it's a combination of the fourth and fifth choices then. But whatever way it worked out, we're certainly glad you're with us and sharing, and not only here, but across this planet. So thank you again.
Well, thank you, Mark, and thank you all for attending today. It's a beautiful Sunday afternoon in North America, and as we all know that the true power of the North American team comes from its attraction from all the participants from all around the world, from the other 5 continents. And so we thank you very much for giving your valuable time. We are experiencing a very important event, an existential crisis, and we are elaborating on the teachings of Marin Tabakoli Keshe of the Keshe Foundation. And so let us begin. This is the Keshe Foundation Spaceship Institute Teachings on Plasma Science. This is the Intermediate Outer Space series, and it's simply irresistible. My name is Alexander. I am from Canada. It is May the 14th, 2023. This is the Keshe Foundation North America Plasma Education Series. So we've seen that when we looked at the basic teaching series, and we see that the Brazilian community had a plan, and as such, we began this on October the 14th of 2020. And so we have continued until today to try and deliver this knowledge, and all the other teams have tried to translate this and make it available for all the newcomers. We can't wait. We have to move ahead. And so the archives provide a, shall we say, plasma highway for new knowledge seekers to follow. And so we've graduated to the basic outer space series, and today we're in the intermediate outer space series. But please understand, this is still very basic. And we have to see, what is it that's so simply irresistible? So when we look at this search for outer space, there's a simply irresistible search for this outer space. And it's on the plasma highway to that pie in the sky, that little tiny red part we call man's universe, but it's so tiny compared to the rest of the universe. And we have to learn, how do we get from here to there? And so we see that in book number 2, The Structure of Light, shows us that the connection between here and there is this plasma highway. And we need to figure out how to travel on this highway, because we're quite literally stuck in man's universe. It's very tiny and very perfect. But, you know, when we keep our eye on that pie, we just understand it's only a piece of the whole pie. And we lust for that. But we have a pie. But we dream of bigger pies. And this dream is simply irresistible, because the bigger pies are also simply irresistible. But the fact of the matter is, our dreams are just a piece of the whole pie. And we wonder, why do we just limit ourselves? And so we see that from our man space point of view, we have many emotions. And so the family of emotions of man space includes the emotion of man, the emotion of physicality, the emotion of presence. It affects our emotion of position, and from that position, it affects our emotion of vision. Well, that's good for man space, but we have to understand that we have a soul space point of view as well. And so preceding all of these emotions was the emotion of knowledge. But how did that happen? And so we find that the emotion of love is simply irresistible. And that's kind of universal, I would say. So when we're defining plasma, we see that plasma is in many different kinds of energy states. So any kind is an energy state. It's just a matter of what is your point of view. And so when we see all these different energy states, from matter state to radiance, it helps us not only understand our earth space, but helps us find our inner space. And this is so important when we're searching for outer space. Well, if that's not important, then nothing is important, is it? Because this is the answer to how the universe is created. And so when we look at the creation of the universe, we see that it exists from energy. And energy is a charged emotion. It is always emotion. And all things come in combination. So when we look at the cover of book number 1, we see the universal order of creation of matter. So we have the antimatter, dark matter, and the matter. And in many ways, this becomes kind of confusing because energy is always positive. So the thing is, the charge reflects the motion of the energy. And if there's a motion, then it's between two things, at least two things. And is that in the same kind of energy state? Or can it transcend different energy states? Well, obviously it can, because the energy is a feeding pack. And so somehow the emotion of knowledge came here. And that came with the emotion of love. And we know that that is simply irresistible, because this is what's transcending the reality dimensions. And so this energy feeding pack has a gravitational stability. And we see that the energy flows both ways, doesn't it? But there's always a preference. And so what guides that preference? So that preference is actually a charge. And so that charge is either a magnetical emission or a gravitational absorption. And then the strength of that charge is dependent upon rotation, speed, the strength, and as a result, the direction. And so all of this is considered with magnetic and gravitational field forces. And so when we look at the electron-proton marriage, we see that it is a charge as well. And when charges come together, well, a marriage is a union, and it looks like it's in opposition. And so when we try and bring them together, and if it's done asymmetrically, we find that it doesn't exactly work. It develops a lot of friction. So to eliminate this friction, we have to make it symmetric. And once that's in that case, then we can combine them. So this is our physical anomaly. How do we get this electron-proton marriage, you know, this binary marriage? And the reason it's an anomaly is because we haven't determined if it's physical or if it's plasmatic. Well, the plasmatic is easy, but how does it manifest into the physicality? And so what we see is that this binding is non-visible. So this is how we've resolved this anomaly. And why is this binding non-visible? Well, because it's in balance. And so the energy can flow without that friction. And so what we have is a transition from one visible state to another visible state. So we have to understand that each state is in 3 dimensions. So the binding state is non-visible. So that's in a different dimension, not part of the original dimensions. And do we say which dimension are we referencing? No, we don't. We're just talking about the bonding dimension, which takes us from the plasmatic spectrum to the physicality spectrum. And so in the plasmatic spectrum, we can have this bonding dimension. And in the physicality spectrum, we can have this bonding dimension. But we can also have this bonding dimension between the plasmatic spectrum and the physicality spectrum. And did we mention which spectrum and which dimension? There is only one reality dimension, and that is the bonding dimension. And it doesn't matter where it is. So we're just going to call that the vanilla radiance. And so when we form our own travel agency, the Plasmagen Travel Agency, well, we don't have to form it. It's already been formed, you see. This is the reality. Because, you know, we were born to Earth. And many of us don't know how, and really we don't care to know how. But obviously we were born for a reason. Well, we don't know why, and we don't care to know why. And, you know, we want to travel to Mars. We don't know how, and we don't know why. But, you know, we don't care to know why. And in fact, we don't care to know why we were not born to Mars in the first place. So this is the vanilla radiance we're talking about when two forces come together. You know, is it just a dream where the PM takes come together and form this combination of x-axis, y-axis, and z-axis? So you get to choose your planet, but you have to see your planet first. And so that planet is an inertia manifestation, and it's regardless of time and distance. And so now that you've chosen your planet, well, now you can go somewhere. So this explains why we have this field force. And within this field force, we have this physical energy we call gravity. And gravity seeks density, which is one of the reasons that the electron-proton marriage is working. But that becomes an atom. And atoms are magnetical. So the magnetical atoms are density seekers. So they're seeking out a gravitational connection. And so when we look at the orbits around the planet, we see that they are spiral orbits. And the reason for that is because they're gravitational. And that gravitational energy goes to the core. And so in that core is the most dense. And that's where we find this gravity. And so all of this is density seeking. And if we look at the plasma feeding rule, we see that there's natural creation and natural decay. And it's a two-way street. And so if it's a two-way street, we have to have some kind of stability. And fortunately, in our life, the most stable thing is the sun. And it offers us a catalytic stability, which is the giving and taking of energy without consumption. And so whether it's a natural creation, catalytic stability, or a natural decay, in each and every energy state, it's a two-way street. That's the plasma feeding rule. But there are sequences. And so these follow the rules of attraction and repulsion, which we call magnetical and gravitational field forces. And with respect to us, it results in our feeding, and then, of course, in our feedback. You have to know when you're full, don't you? And you have to make that choice, and you're the last man standing, because it's you. You make your own choices, and you can turn on and turn off this feeding, and you can increase or decrease this strength. And when you do that, you will enhance or diminish your position, but not to enhance or diminish as in terms of caste, in terms of ranking. It's just to alter your position with respect to field strength. That's all it is. And so when we look at the cups of life, what we're doing is we have this inner space strength, and it comes from an emotional strength, doesn't it? Because we built the cups of life. And so we created a Gans. So from the physicality, we created this Gans radiance manifestation. And we created copper Gans, calcium Gans, zinc Gans, carbon dioxide Gans, amino acid Gans, and water Gans. These are all part of the same process, you see. And we get a chance to fix things. So we have relationships, magnetical gravitational relationships. And we really got to fix a lot of things. There's a lot of things going wrong. So we have to be alert. Because it's not just about you, it's about your environment. And in our environment includes Earth. And so this relationship is between us, our soul radiance, and the Earth, which is another relationship we call inertia. And so when we look at the plasma inertial family, we see that we have solid glass, we have physical Gans, but we have a plasmatic hole in the middle, and we have plasmatic energy. And so we can believe what we see, or we can believe what we know. And this involves fundamentally an emotional feeding or an emotional feedback. And so it manifests itself into physicality, or it could manifest itself in a dream. The knowing is in the dreaming. So when we look at the physicality and the manifestation from this dream state, we call it natural decay. And so we see that there's a plasmatic level that manifests into the physical level, but there are sequences. And so we see the isotopes of carbon, carbon-16, carbon-14, and they manifest into the physicality of carbon-12, which is an element on the periodic table of elements. But we created Gans. So we went from the physical and we created a plasmatic environment. And we see that there are other isotopes, carbon-10 and carbon-8. And so they have to follow in this sequence because the higher strength feeds the lower strength. And so in order of gravitational density seeking, we have to create this path. And so when we look at this creation, which is actually from rays and the motion of rays, we see that in a plasmatic situation, we can do natural creation. We've done that in the cups of life, but we understand that there's a natural decay at the same time because it's a two-way street. And then when we have the physicality, that is also natural creation, but we call it natural decay because, well, it's a two-way street. And so the connection between what we call a natural decay and a natural creation is actually a plasmatic creation and a connection to a physical creation. And those are different dimensions, different sets of 3 dimensions. And we are none of those 3 dimensions. We are the bonding factor. Also referred to as the wedge factor. Because you see, our relationships are not complete. And when we say that 1 and 1 is more than 2, we are assuming that 1 and 1 is the same 1, but it's not. We could say that 1 is a scientific responsibility, and we could say the other one is a spiritual responsibility. And either case, it's only half of the picture. But if we bring those 2 together and we find that it's more than 2, so in fact that picture is less than half. And to affect that change, we have to have the plasma science to add to that knowledge. And not only, but also to affect the rate of change. So when we're talking about these relationships, scientifically, we see outer space as a field. And the connection to that field, as we discussed in book number 2, is a photon. And the connection to what? Well, it's our inner space. And so we do have this duality, this particle wave duality. So let's say the particle is magnetical and the wave is gravitational. But in each energy state, we see the coming together of matter, dark matter, and antimatter. And it's energy coming together from all different directions. And these energies packs are PM ticks, and they affect our relationships. So the inertia of relations can increase or decrease by at least an order of magnitude. This is very significant. And so we said that the rotation field and the speed of the rotation field affects the field strength. That strength has to be accommodated for by field relations. But which field relations? So it doesn't have to be the immediate neighbor. Well, the most dynamic change is in the neighbor. However, we can transcend multiple energy states. Just because we don't take that into account doesn't mean that it doesn't happen. Because you see, the Earth space is a kind of energy state, and it is quite diverse. I think you'll all agree. And furthermore, it's gravitationally stable. So as an energy state, that is the physical energy state. But inside it has its inner space, and that is also gravitationally stable, and it also is a different energy state. We have an inner space, and it is gravitationally stable, and it is an energy state. So something is causing us to be gravitationally unstable. So when we look at the plasma, we see it's bound to the ethos of the universe. Fortunately for us, the universe is very stable. And so to enhance our stability, we can't be in singularity or duality. We have to be in a trinity. So we see this plasma structure, what we call these star formations. But in order to bring them together, we have to have this plasma crossover point. So when we say this crossover point, this binding energy, is non-visible. It's plasmatic. It's balanced. It's a Maggrav condition. It's gravitationally stable. So the outlying star formations are magnetical. And they're not in opposition. They work together, combination in a binary format. And so we have to understand that this is a two-way street. And so we understand that in our arsenal, we have a body enhancement unit. And this is excellent because it enhances our health. And so if we want to enhance our health, we have to feed our energies better instead of stealing energy. And so that feeding has to come from that plasma reality. But our problem is that we're feeding ourselves from our physical reality. And yet when we look at the material enhancement unit, and we see that it's gravitational, so that's kind of different from the GANs that we're producing in the cups of life, isn't it? Because we're taking the physical reality and creating this plasma reality we call GANs and the energy in motion. So the body enhancement we're feeding physically, and the material enhancement we're creating physically. But the reality is the soul is the source. And so the soul feeds the body enhancement. And so the material enhancement comes from the plasma reality and manifests itself into the physical reality. So we have plenty of evidence of this two-way street. Why are we only looking at it from the one point of view? So when we see this inertia manifestation, it too is an energy of a kind. So we're not specifying which kind. What we're saying is that the PM ticks are magnetical feeding. And so it's feeding to a gravitational stable environment that is manifest through the combination of the principal matter, the transition matter, and the convergence matter. And in that process, it can convert. And it converts from that plasmagen state to that physical state. But it has to have a reference. So in its plasmagen state, it is gravitationally stable as a maggrav. But we haven't identified the maggrav because it needs a feedback. And so in our understanding, our feedback comes from the earth. And so this field interaction we call inertia is our feeding and the feedback we get from the earth. And so we've manifested in that case. The question then is, if we change the feedback, do we change our conformity? So here's what we do know, because when we look at the periodic table of elements, the fact of the matter is that the elements are elementary. So life is much more complex. So we like to identify all of these elements, like gold, silver, and copper. But you see, it's the sum of the parts that's greater than the sum of the parts. Which means if you know the details, you know about the copper, silver, and gold, and you want to bring all that together, it doesn't tell you how that happened, because you really don't have the details of knowing. You're only seeing one part of the picture, the elementary parts of the picture. So when we take all things in combination, we get to choose. So when we look at the carbon, nitrogen, oxygen, and hydrogen, that's our amino acid. But when we look at the silicon, well, that's our earth. And when we look at the sodium, magnesium, potassium, and calcium, well, that's our medium. That's our transition state. And in addition to the silicon, we have iron, copper, and zinc. And that is an affinity which attracts us. Attracts us to what? It attracts our amino acid to, which is organic, to this inorganic planet, which is made from silicon. And so the connection is the iron, copper, and zinc, isn't it? These are the earth-space details. And this is very important because we can see that we can increase the superconductivity of these elements by creating a nanosphere state. And we could create multiple monatomic energy flows. And we can do this at room temperature. But we have to understand that we need 3 to complete the dimension. More than 3 is a polymer. Polymer is not human. It's just one of those stops on the plasma highway that connects us from the plasmatic state of the highest energy to an intermediate state of a lower energy to the physical state, which is the lowest energy. And back again, because that plasma highway goes in 2 directions. And regardless of where you are on this plasma highway, you know there's a connection to where you're going, and there's a connection to where you came from. And it is this relationship that identifies where you are. And so wherever you are, you're there. And so we came to this planet, and we're quite complex. And the fundamental structure is this amino star, which includes carbon, oxygen, hydrogen, and nitrogen. And we see that the anchorage to the Earth involves another star, the iron tetrahedron, which involves oxygen and iron. And so all of this comes from, well, thin air. But we find that in this air, we haven't decided if it's a physical air or plasmatic air, because there's a difference. And each and every element has a plasmatic connection and a physical connection. And the binding force is not visible. The plasmatic connection is also not visible. And you know about this anomaly because carbon is black and it's solid. But in its plasmatic condition, it's not visible. An amino acid forms that oily layer on the top of your cups of life. But the plasmatic amino acid is not visible. And so we see that the carbon as a gas comes in combination with oxygen and has its own star. But interestingly enough, in the plasmatic state and in the physical state, in order to maintain this gravitational stability, there has to be a binary connection, a double bond. And so oxygen always comes in pairs. And we see the water molecule and it's round, and it has to have gravitational stability, and it has to be symmetric. Can't be asymmetric. So really, the H2O formula is probably really not the elemental state of the water molecule, but it's probably H4O2. And then we have carbon with 3 hydrogens, but it's in a gaseous state called methane. And it has gravitational stability. So an individual carbon is asymmetric, but when you put the 2 together in a binary condition, it becomes symmetric and it achieves a gravitational stability. So that works. And so when we look at the amino star, we have to recognize that all of these elements are in their binary format. They don't work in singularity. Because if they were, then they would cease to exist in their elemental form or in their plasmatic form. And we all know that something is always something as opposed to being something else. So when we talk about the polymers, we see that what it is, we could take the amino acids and we can repeat them. And if we repeat them more than 3 times in succession, then they become a polymer. And that's what silk is, it's a polymer. But it comes from the gans, the internals. And it comes from a silkworm or a spider. But we can create polymers. We have a whole industry of polymers. But when you look at the fatty acid, you find that it has a repeating pattern. But not really. It has a water-soluble head, water-soluble tail, and no, I was right. Water-soluble head and an oil-soluble tail. And it's invisible, and it's in balance. And so this connection between the hydrogens is this invisible field force. And we know these fatty acids are invisible because when we look at them under X-ray, we can't see them. But we know that we're organic human beings, and we know we're carbon-based. And so opposite attracts, and but there's still something wrong. This connection. And what's missing? It's this link that we all have. And this link travels at the speed of life. And what speed is that? I don't know. I guess it all depends on where you came from. But the thing is that this missing link is what bonds our human family together on this planet. It bonds all of us. And maybe we're impressed with the number of humans that we have on this planet. And we'll say, well, the planet is overpopulated at 4 billion. But when you look at our bodies, we have over 70 trillion cells in our body. Well, that's 4 orders of magnitude more. And so how do we communicate? And how do we create? And so we find that this transmutation process has manifested ourselves into this physicality. this transmutation process has manifested our earth space as well. And so we see that there are universal energies. And so they actually design our inner space spectrum. Okay, well, that's you. That's your feeding radiance. Well, you have your DNA. That's the connection between the plasma radiance and the physical radiance, isn't it? Because you're now sharing this adaptation of earth space energies. So the balanced maggraph between your RNA and DNA comes from the combination of your chromosomes, the binding of the pairs. It always comes in pairs. And it allows us to have this physical manifestation. But we have become dependent on this physical manifestation. And so we need to have this feedback from our physicality so that we can maintain our balanced maggraph. So in essence, this feedback becomes a feeding mechanism. We depend on this feeding to maintain our physical manifestation. So clearly, any modification of this feeding system could affect us. And so then the question becomes, is it beneficial or is it adverse? We have to discuss that. Because we see, when we talk about the pH of the body, the potentiation of hydrogen, which is the pH, and we see that when our blood serum is alkaline, our DNA shrinks. And when it's healthy, it's at a certain state. And when it's acidic, it expands. And so what this does is it changes the communication. So are we talking about plasmatic DNA or physical DNA? You see, because time and distance does not matter. So if the DNA expands in an acidic state, that affects distance, communication distance. Therefore, what is affecting this acidic state? So this is a toxicity feedback. Is this toxicity feedback only from the environment? And we find in the other extreme, although it's a very, very small percentage, like less than 1% of the population have an alkaline problem. And that is a very severe problem because it's an extreme minority. But it too affects the distance in terms of the communication. And it could disrupt this communication. So when we were born, the thing that we found is that the materialization effect in the embryo is that the heart precedes the brain. So the emotion is dominant. And so this communication is dominant. This emotional communication is dominant and it's unseen. So it's a plasma calm type of communication. And it works between cells and within cells. And it offers us gravitational stability. So if we were to have this environmental disruption of this stability, we call that cancer. And so that cancer could develop as part of an organ and as such can grow if we don't have this pH stability. Is the physical toxicity the only change? So what is going on? So we find that the body needs energy. And in order to get this energy, it has to absorb this energy, flip it, so that it can be absorbed further and utilized. And we see that the way that the brain absorbs energy and the way the heart absorbs energy is different. So within the three dimensions, we have transmission, transition, and transmutation. But we have to allow a transformation, which is how energy crosses the blood-brain barrier. So we have this crossover point, which crosses over to this physical manifestation. Because when we look at the X-ray, all we see, well, we don't see much. We just see physical residue of bones and, oh yeah, cancer. And another part of this transformation could be transportation. I'm going to say, well, what's important in this regard? Well, our environment is very important. But what constitutes our environment? Is it only physical? So when we're looking at this conversion of energy, and we see that there's a gravitational on one side and a magnetical on the other side, and so this creates a balance. And so in terms of our physicality, we have this conversion from these isotopes into this stable carbon-12. Carbon-12 representing our physicality and the foundation of our physicality, but not only. It is the foundation of our environment. And so that creates an environment that brings us our brain, and it follows the heart emotion. And with this brain, we maintain this communication through to the plasma fields. The supragranular layer becomes the connection between the plasma fields and the physical fields. And so when these fields come together, yeah, we have these three dimensions: x-axis, which is magnetical, and y-axis, which is magnetical, and the z-axis, which is gravitation. But like we said, it's a two-way street. So we have to understand that there's a highway. There's a feeding and a feedback. And so to connect between this plasma origin and its physical destination, and the feedback from the physical destination to facilitate our plasmatic feeding, it has to cross over the supragranular highway in two directions. And so we see is this transcendence through this supragranular connection. And so the x-axis becomes emissive, the y-axis becomes emissive, but the z-axis becomes absorptive. And it has to be absorptive. It has to be gravitational in order to maintain stability. And it is from there that it can communicate to the heart and then to the cells. And it does that through the emotion. Well, if it does that through the emotion, then we start to understand this carbon connection with this carbogen, because it's part of a nuclear creation, and we see that in the cover of book number 3, The Origin of the Universe. This connection between the soul of the body, and the physical body. As we see the connection with the universe, our sister universe, and our tiny little perfect universe. But the problem with our tiny perfect universe is we only get that little tiny pie in the sky, not the whole sky. And so we're now embarking on a new kind of soul travel. Because we have to understand it. We have to understand that there's a soul of inertia. And so the star formation inertia, which gives us gravitational stability, means that we have to have a convergence and a divergence coming together and creating another divergence and another convergence, because it's a two-way street. And the gravitational stability is the conversion of these two energy flows into a inertia. And this allows us to dream of bigger pies. But we've created a kind of a limitation, because we have the physical field. We know that, the carbon 12. And we have the connection field, the intermediate field, the carbon 14 and the carbon 10. And so there's a plasmatic and a physical connection, isn't there? But it's not enough. Because if we look at the plasmatic connection on the highest level, we find that the combination of C16 and C8 is actually C24. And it's interesting that on the intermediate plasmatic manifestation, we have a connection of C14 and C10. And the reason I'm bringing these two together is because of the attraction forces of the gravitational and magnetical force fields. And so the highest level creates a C24 combination. The intermediate level creates a C24 combination. But when we get into the physical materialization, which we call gravity and magnetic forces, on the periodic table of elements, we only get a C12. So clearly, our nuclear science is limiting us, and we have to transcend that, because we have to understand that our radiance creation involves the ethos of the universe. And as such, we now have to take into account morality, compassion, and courage. These are all fundamental components of creation. And so when we look at these energy binding forces, and we need to have these energy binding forces because these are part of the gravitational absorption fields. But do we have to do this at the expense of others? Because if you understand that if you're drawing from the physical energy, which is the lowest energy, you're not only getting less, but the person you're cheating, lying, and stealing from, or in extreme cases, murdering, they're being denied their energy. And you're responsible. So, why are you wanting less by drawing from the least? So we understand that the matter plasma dimensions involve a physical matter state, which is small m matter state, and that's gravitational, isn't it? But the feedback is going to this mattergen state, so that the mattergen state can give us more feeding. But this mattergen state is magnetical, and we can't touch it or see it. So we're ignoring the feeding of the mattergen state, and we're only feeding ourselves from the physical feedback state. So the man's dilemma is man is feedback dominant. I guess that's why we're always hungry. So we talked about this in the past, and now we have new information, and we have to deal with the dilemma man. And the question is, can a mortal man become an immoral man? Well, you don't have to go far in history to check that out. All you have to do is check the daily news, and you see that, yes, mortal man can become an immoral man. So if we say, well, thou shalt not kill, a moral man will never do that. So why does a mortal man kill? So can a mortal man be a moral man? Well, yes, a mortal man can. Can a moral man be a moral soul? Well, yes, a moral man can be a moral soul. But what about an immoral man? Can an immoral man be an immortal man? No. Can a moral man be an immortal man? Yes. Okay, so now we define two parameters. So what about a mortal man? Can a mortal man be an immortal man? So this is a good question. Let's see if we can find a good answer. So can a mortal man be an immortal soul? Yes, a mortal man can be an immortal soul. Well, what about an immoral man? Can an immoral man be a moral soul? Yes, an immoral man can be a moral soul. This is a dilemma, isn't it? So we have a soul dilemma. So can an immoral soul be an immoral soul, immortal soul? We could also ask, can an immortal soul be a moral soul? And the answer is yes. So therefore, a moral soul is an immortal soul. But the dilemma man has faults, failings, and weaknesses. And we come to a real dilemma. You see, because there's no such thing as an immoral soul. All souls are moral. So an immoral man is really a disconnected soul. Not the soul of the body, the soul of the man. So, in fact, the PM-TIC matter-gen state can become disconnected. But it can continue to exist in its matter state because it has the plasmatic physical contact and connection. But it only has that connection to an intermediate state. It doesn't have it to the highest energy state. So we find that this connection is missing. This top highest energy state is what's missing. So can we reconnect this? So the new technology says, yes, we can. But we still have this asymmetric anomaly. We only have the carbon-12 in the physical state, whereas in the others, the combinations come up with carbon-24. And there's another funny anomaly is we have 23 chromosomes. So how does that work with our amino acids? Well, the physical can be resolved very easily because you see the carbon-12 is an element. And so if you're looking at any type of physicality, you have to look at these atoms combining. And so atoms can combine in their own sequence. So carbon connect to a carbon, copper connect to a copper, iron connect to iron. Or we can have, say, carbon connect to an oxygen, copper connect to an oxygen. Well, in fact, copper can connect to an oxygen, and zinc can connect to an oxygen, and carbon connect to a hydrogen. So we have all these possibilities, and these are all done in the physicality, and depending on how we do it, we can operate in the physical state and in the plasmatic state. So we find that the combination of two carbon atoms together creates a physical carbon. Well, there you go. Anomalies resolved. But we still have the problem with our humanity. Because you see, our biological family operates on a different basis. So, you know, we have parents, and then we marry offspring of another set of parents. And then when we marry, we create children. This is our biological family. And so we find that our inertia field comes from the plasma state, from the soul. And the combination of these two creates an offspring in the plasma state. And so we find that the combination of this offspring, what we call the emotion of love, or the glint in daddy's eye, or the power that is simply irresistible, can create an offspring, and that has to be created before the physicality, because it has to go into a physical womb to manifest into physicality. So that means the connection between the 23 pairs of chromosomes and the plasmatic connection between the parents resolves that 23 plus 1. So we resolved another anomaly. This is very good. So we see that all of this has to do with relationships. So we talked about the outer space relationship of the fields and the photons, the inner space relationship of the particles and the waves. So we understand the cell space relationship, which involves the soul of the man and the soul of the body. It is from the cell space that we create the physical space. So the physical space involves the inner space of man space. Have we decided the inner space of this environment space? Well, we have, at this point in time, decided that this environment space is Earth space. But if we change the environment, then that would be a different environment space, wouldn't it? And it too would have an inner space. And so the reality is that we can have a physical space in that new environment as well, because it will interact with the inner space of our space. These are new relationships, and they all have to do with the plasma science. And so the dilemma, man, can an immortal soul be a moral man? Well, yes. What's man's problem? We still have the dilemma, don't we? Because the moral man is in the minority, and it's serious. So the irresistible force comes from our radiance points. It's the radiant you. That doesn't come from the physical you. It doesn't come from the soul of the body you. It comes from the soul you, the moral you, the radiant you. It's part of the ray creation. It's part of the emission spectrum. This is your launch field. And you can land wherever you want. This is the ray absorption field. And you can do this at light speed. And the light speed is the speed of light in each and every energy state. You just have to choose the energy state. And when you're in that energy state, you have to maintain this gravitational stability. And because it's a two-way street, you have this feeding radiance and this feedback radiance. So you have to go through this radiance pole flipping to go from the magnetical plasma to the gravitational plasma. But in all cases, it's a feeding plasma, which means it's a magnetical plasma. It's the feedback plasma, which is the gravitational plasma. So in other words, when we look at the family of motions, which includes the vision, the position, and the presence, if we want to maintain this stability, we have to elevate to a higher radiance inertia and involve our souls, the moral soul. So now we understand the manifestation a little bit better. All plasma feeding leads to a manifestation. Any field formed is a manifestation. And so that can be non-tangible or tangible, non-visible or visible. And so we see there's a plasmatic reality and a physical reality. So if the emotion of presence is a form artifact of energy in motion at that manifestation point, then we see that the emotion is the connection. And so here we are, we're searching for outer space. The reality is that what we're focusing on is the materialization. And so to go from one to the other, you have to cross this reality dimension. This reality dimension is the radiant you. One moment, please. So there are inanimate souls, there are vertical souls, horizontal souls, and there's the souls of humanity. They all represent the family, and they all represent the biodiversity. And then within these families, we have another diversity. So you are just one part of that diversity of the souls of humanity. Family. And there's a connection through this plasma emotion. This plasma emotion which balances the natural creation and the natural decay. And it connects us to our earthbound field and creates this inertia field, which we call our reality. But we're not part of that reality. We are the creators of that reality. We're the bonding fudge factor, remember? So the earth has its own bonding factor. It has a binding energy because it's absorbing in, and more energy is coming in through the gravitational field forces of attraction. And to maintain the Magrath position, it is emitting out and emitting more out through the magnetic force fields of repulsion. And so there's an in and an out, absorption and emission, this feeding inertia, and physically called a lust feeding. But how is that different? Well, what's different is that we see that when we, depending where on Earth we could do elemental groupings. So one group would be like copper, silver, and gold. They belong to the same group of family, but they're different, and they're all elementary. But then we look at oil, and oil is not an element. And so we find that each of these are in their specific place on Earth. So we have copper mines, oil fields, gold mines. But the Earth space itself has a soul, and it is not an element. And humans have a soul, and that's not an element either. In fact, it's quite complex. Because first of all, our man space involves our souls, our emotion, and our physicality. And that has to take into account our environment. And we walk on this planet. So we have this problem when we look at our planet. The planet is round and it rotates. We don't rotate, we walk on the planet. And so we only walk on the biosphere range, which is in between the magnetical peace dome and the gravitational core. The soul of the earth is in the core. And so we've had to resolve this anomaly by looking at the fact that it's actually our cell space, which is in the same construct, magnetical gravitational force field that is communicating with each other. And 73 trillion cells work very, very well. And we start as a conception. We manifest in the womb. We get born as babies and we grow up into be adults. And we're always doing this in our own man space cocoon. And fortunately for us, space. And so our pursuit of happiness, we find that's always been a launch field failure because it's been simply indefensible. Man has never launched a rocket into outer space. And so we have to figure out, do the Earth space rules apply to inner space or outer space? Well, if we understand what we consider to be Earth space and what we consider to be rules are man-made rules. So when we look at Earth space, inner space, and outer space, it follows the universal laws. And the proof of concept is that we have this preference and sentimentality for Earth space. So we were born from radiance. We were born using the outer space system. And we were born into the inner space of Earth and the inner space of man space, the combination. And that combination was simply irresistible. And so as we travel down the plasma highway, we find that outer space is not a place. It's a relationship between you and your radiance. And outer space is a method of energy transfer, so it's energy in motion. And so what does that mean? We have dynamic soul plasmas. We have the soul of the creator, the soul of the earth, the soul of family of humanity, the soul of man, the soul of the body, the soul of the cells, and this simply irresistible lust for life. And we know that because when the soldiers leave, after they've trampled all the flowers, the flowers come back. So this is where science meets the soul of man for peace. So we have the science of physics, the science of spirituality, the science of the soul, and nowhere do you see the science of money. And this is why our visitors are so excitable, because they have their own dream. And I say, well, we have our dream, but they have, well, we call it a reverse dream. Well, which reality dimension did they come from? And wherever it was, it obviously is their simply irresistible dream, isn't it? Because they came here pretty quick. And so the emotion of love is simply irresistible, isn't it? That's a question. We have to cross this inner space peace bridge because we are inherently peaceful. That's our magnetical stability. That's who we are. And this peace connection to the plasma outer space highway is simply irresistible. Ask anyone on this planet and they will tell you the same thing. And speaking of the planet, ask the planet, because the planet peace dome is the inner space dome. The inner space dome of the planet is the peace dome. And it depends on us to contribute to it, not to steal from it. So now we understand something new. We have this plasma highway, and humans may transport on Earth space. But the new technology allows humans to transmute in outer space. And the connection is the emotion of love. But the connection is not an element. The connection is an energy pack. Therefore, love is not an emotion. Love is energy, an energy that's in motion, and it is simply irresistible. We are in the post-June 6, 2022 era where we can make choices, and we see this transparency point that comes into this manifestation point, the enhancement of our inner space. And so we can navigate between outer space and Earth space, or any space. And so we need to change the moral structure of this planet. And so on Friday, May 26th, we'll be talking about elevating the soul of children. Book your tickets now. It'll be another great event. And there will be an encore in June. This is the Keshe Foundation Spaceship Institute Teachings on Plasma Science, calling all Earth Space sweethearts. Fulfill your dreams by shedding the old limits of your soul growth. There's a World Peace Treaty. Sign it. Sign it with a pen. Sign it with your heart. Sign it with your soul. The emotion and vision is allows our fields of life choices free from the boundaries or abuse. Read the emotional position map. The universal community is your travel guide. And the speed of love manifests and determines your inner space emotional constructs. The earthbound soul family requires a gravitational transformation, enhancing the physical and emotional vitality. So the emotional knowledge is the transmutation connection to that manifestation point and connects equally to the universal broadcast of inner space of freedom. The plasma outer space highway is built by Earth space lovers and shareholders. Life is simply irresistible. Plasma science needs to continue to be delivered in exchange for peace on Earth. So welcome to the outer space age. And that's the end of this lesson, and that's the end of this intermediate outer space series. Thank you all. I hope you enjoyed the trip. Over to you.
Well, thank you again, Alex. You've certainly packed a lot of knowledge into a short period of time, and a lot for us to contemplate and think about. And we're wondering if anyone would like to ask a question or raise a point in Alex's presentation, or maybe something from the last workshop. Okay, Alex, when you showed the amino acids, the hydrogen, the carbon, and the oxygen in one of your slides, why was there no nitrogen? Is the nitrogen showing itself as hydrogen, or I didn't notice an N in there? And I would think on the amino acids, there would be a nitrogen in there. Or did I miss your point you were trying to deliver completely? It was one of the earlier slides.
I'm drawing together a lot of stuff that we did initially to maintain some kind of continuity, and I think that's the case. You just missed it. Now
I might have missed it.
And some of those other slides have been going a lot faster.
Not sure. Yeah, the fatty acids, I think. Yeah.
Oh, the fatty acids.
Was that
okay?
No.
This is the amino stars. This is not the one you were referring to.
No, the one where you said it had a head and a tail. The tail was.
Yeah. Okay. So yeah.
It had the H's above it and below it. Maybe you can just go a little bit deeper into what you were trying to share with us there. Yes, that's the one. Balanced magrav is invisible. I see a lot of H's. See the carbon, the oxygen, but where is the nitrogen, or it wasn't supposed to be in there?
The amino acids are the building blocks for the DNA. The DNA then becomes fatty acids. So the conversion of the nitrogen manifests itself into either a carbon or an oxygen. Because the nitrogen, if we were to go back, so let's make sure that we understand that there's a difference between fatty acid and amino acid.
Oh, okay. I thought you were saying the fat that we see on top of the CO2 box, which I understand is amino acids, and I thought you were referring to that.
The amino acids are the building blocks of life. So this is what we see in the cup of life. So when we create amino acid, we create water at the same time. So you find that there's nitrogen in the amino acid, but there's no nitrogen in the water. There's only hydrogen and oxygen in the water.
Okay.
So there's no nitrogen here either. So when you look at the difference at hydrogen, it has a mass of 1, and the water molecule has a mass of 8. The combination of water and oxygen is 9. And 9 is 1 less than 10, which is an order of magnitude difference. So when you look at the pH table, you see that going from 1 to 2 is an order of magnitude jump. And so we determine the pH, which is the potentiation of hydrogen. As it goes from 1 to 2, the potentiation increases. In order for it to increase, it has to be bound. And so we find that when we become alkaline, we become gravitationally bound. So the potentiation is the highest. So when we look at, let's say, for instance, an acid like a hydrochloric acid, it's bubbling. And the reason it's bubbling is because the hydrogen is being released. It is no longer a potential, it is a kinetic. There's a difference between the potential energy and the kinetic energy. So the release of the hydrogen is a kinetic force, and that force can be done plasmatically or physically. There's a potential for the hydrogen, and that is in the alkaline state, and that gives its gravitational stability, and that too can be in a plasmatic state or a gravitational or physical state. Now here's the thing: water and oil don't mix. Water and oil don't mix, and yet we created a cup of life, and we created oil. And so because oil and water don't mix, we find that the oil was sitting on top and the water is on the bottom. And so the reason for that is because of the high amount of oxygen in the water, so the water being more dense than the oil. The mass of the oxygen is 8, but the mass of the nitrogen is 7, and the mass of the carbon is 6. So you see, this is why the water is more dense. So that's why it goes down. But what is more dense than oxygen? Well, silicon. And isn't it interesting that oxygen and silicon are in the same family? And yet the oxygen is essential to both. And so when we look at the amino acid structure, And we see that, well, what is giving us, see, there's no oxygen in the CH3. And this is why the CH3 is lighter than air. But when we look at the amino star and actually see how much oxygen is in there. So it's way more than what we thought. And then when you look at the upper atmosphere and you see that we have ozone, and what is ozone? It's O3. And yet it's in the upper atmosphere. Why is that? Because it's plasmatic. There's a big difference between the ozone in the upper atmosphere and the ozone at the ground level. And so when we look at carbon dioxide, and we know that carbon dioxide is heavier than air, okay, why is it so heavy? Well, look at the mass. 2 oxygens, that's 8 and 8 is 16, plus the carbon is 24. Oh, there's that 24 again. So it's heavier than air. So the carbon dioxide goes to the bottom. And so we find that if we are in a heavy carbon dioxide atmosphere, then we can suffocate. But we are breathing carbon dioxide in our lungs. Supposedly, we are inhaling oxygen and exhaling carbon dioxide. But if the carbon dioxide is toxic to us, then how come we're not breathing and then exhaling? And the reason is because that carbon dioxide is life-giving. And if that carbon dioxide is life-giving, then it has to be plasmatic. And so with the new CO2 generator, we can put out a fire, a forest fire, without killing all the animals in the forest fire. Now, in our cup of life, when we create a CO2 gas, that is physical. So what is the difference? The difference is from the physical aspect, we create the CO2 gas as a form of creation. When we create the CO2 gas from the carbon generator, we are going through a decay process. We're drawing down from the highest plasmatic energy level to an intermediate plasmatic energy level. Higher level to a lower plasmatic level. Right?
Okay.
Let me just bring this up. So the C14 is the connection. And if we're talking about a connection, we're talking about connecting two things. We are connecting the highest energy plasmatic level and the lowest energy level, which is our physicality. That's the C14 connection. That's the intermediate connection. Back to you, Mark.
Okay, thank you, Alex. Would someone else like to participate? Now, when you said an immoral man can, was that a yes or a no? When you said an immoral man can become immortal?
Well, yes, isn't that
this is the whole problem we're trying to correct, isn't it? because the soul of this planet had a wrong streak in it. And obviously it's been around for, I don't know, 1 billion years or more. And that's kind of immortality in a way, isn't it? So an immoral man can become immortal. And this is the problem or the mistake or a mishap in the process of creation that is what is being corrected, as I understand.
Well, let's clarify something here. The immortality aspect of it isn't with the physicality. The immortality is with the soul. And the soul is moral. So the moral soul is the immortal soul. So can an immoral man become moral? Yes. And the reason is because he's not connected to his soul. It's not the soul that's the problem. It's because the soul is feeding him. It's the feedback that's the problem.
But the soul of this planet had a wrong streak in it.
Well,
and
the soul of this planet is fine. Okay, because when the soldiers leave, the flowers grow. So the soul of the vertical people and the soul of this planet does not have a problem. But we have come to a different manifestation point. We're not the inferior ones. But that's not to say that we're the superior ones. What we are is enhanced. We have an enhanced capability. Okay, so every car has a benefit, but some cars are luxury cars and some cars are, you know, just 4 wheels and an engine. So we are an enhanced species and we can do more. But the only way that we can operate is through the feeding from our soul. And if we become so arrogant that we have to feed ourselves from the feedback of this environment, and now we realize that the feedback from the environment does not only come from the earth space, because if we feed ourselves from this earth space, that's not a problem. It's the feedback from the pollution on this earth space that is the problem. And earth space is not the culprit. Earth space did not pollute itself. Earth space created elements, bountiful elements, which the vertical and horizontal people also enjoy. But we have created a pollution. We have created a toxicity. We have created a disconnect. And why would man kill man? For the science of money? There's no such thing. And can we break that chain? We've tried thousands and thousands of years. So now what we have to do, we have to change the playing field. We can't operate on Earth space. We can't operate even on the intermediate space. We have to reconnect the soul. Reconnect the soul to the highest energy state. Complete the picture. Because this connection point is a connection from the higher state to the lower state. Otherwise, it's just like a dog chasing his tail. and we get nowhere fast.
Thank you. Would someone else like to raise a point or make a comment?
Then who created money?
Mm-hmm. Follow the money.
Yeah,
You,
but
you will get your answer.
I think not only money, there is other thing too, like power and slavery, those kinds of stuff too.
Well, yeah, because we have been treated like a commodity to be traded.
Right, I think a lot of the problem came, money is just supposed to be a medium of exchange. But when they started speculating on money and funds and all these different hedge funds and things and bets on other bets, this is where some of the problem came in the matter state, where it's being disconnected from the economy, let's say, in a way. But it's just a means or a lubricant in a way to keep things moving. But once they started speculating on it, it sort of threw things off. Not that it wasn't off already, but it's taken it to another level, I think.
Well, so let's remember that the initial purpose was for the necessities of life, which are air, food, water, and shelter. And then everything beyond that is an extravagance.
Right, and we used to have fixed exchange rates basically, and now they sort of float all over the place where you can drive a currency down, you can boost a currency, but yeah, I think all this speculation has taken it to a way off the chart level. All these side bets and is this going up, down, and so on. So this created a lot of havoc and uncertainty as well, where countries want to buy things or other countries want to sell things, but they never know what the exchange rate is going to be. It seems to float all over the place. So this has created a lot of havoc as well on this planet.
Mark?
Yes?
The problem of the money is the value each person gives to that piece of paper or coin. And everybody thinks that the other person is paying him a lesser value. That's a big problem. There's, in fact, this morning I watched a video. It lasts about 10 minutes. It's the way extraterrestrials see the way we think about money. It's very interesting. And it's in English. And it's in English and in Spanish, but I listen to it in English. The Pleiadians, the way they see the way we live. And very interesting information.
Right, and then you put interest on top of that. I could
exactly
see
because we don't
1%.
believe in the value.
Yeah. I could see 1 or 2% maximum, but when you get into these high interest rates, it's again creates a lot of havoc for a lot of people, and to keep them in a condition where they're working their whole lives just to get out of the debt that's been created by the structure. So,
and if you look into the stock exchange, the way they value or devalue stocks, that's incredible.
well, I think we'll still be using money for quite a while until we all walk away from it and realize it's
in the same explanation, they talked about the value of gold. Because the value of gold is given in the whole of the universe. But there is gold and there is gold. And Mr. Keshe has also told us this. If you got mined gold, it has a value. But if you have a generated gold, a made gold is different.
well, he seems to be talking about bringing all of these things, copper and the rest of it, down to a $500 a ton level once the material enhancement.
Well, exactly. There's a big difference, because there is a difference in that value also. That's why when you want to wear jewelry, you have to have a real gold taken from a mine. If you got fabricated gold, it hasn't the same spirit, let's put it this way.
Yes, should be like that.
There's a big difference.
Well, the samples I think Mr. Keshe sent for test to the Chinese, it did register as pure gold, but it didn't have any point of origin because it was
Exactly.
out of
The same with the diamonds. The diamonds he used to make. And the diamonds we're sold today, it's all a fabricated value. In fact, the diamond dust is being used for grinding stones.
Yes, impregnated.
And what's the value? You can buy grinding stones for cents.
Yeah, it's part of the change, but again, we'll still have this medium of exchange until we walk away from the money and realize it's, again, take the money into the universe and it's totally worthless.
But what Mr. Keshe is teaching us, this will bring a big change, and in a very accelerated way, I see it, the way I see it.
Good. Would someone else like to come in and open up something that Alex has just covered, or maybe something from the last workshop? I was thinking about this relationship, Alex, between the electron and the proton. I was reading in the first book about the electron's function is to keep the proton in its right position, and also to collect energies that are released by the proton and feed it back into the proton. Apparently the electron moves, collects some of the energies, and feeds it back into the proton. Are there other functions of this electron? There are probably many, but those were the two I remember from book number 1 on this function of the electron in relation to the proton. Keep it in position, and also to collect any energies given off by the proton and feed it back into the proton to maintain its strength and position, as I understand it. Anything you'd like to add on that? I know you covered a little bit in your presentation.
I would look at it at a different level also. If we think of the proton as a sort of a physical representation of the atom, and as you said, the electron is the energy. The energy is it's 1,800 times less massive. The mass of the
Yes,
electron is
Alex has
1,800 times less.
Yes, Alex covered this a number of times. The
Yeah.
difference in the mass.
So
yeah.
would be the electron be the energy of the proton, and when it separates from the proton, from the neutron, when it separates, you got the proton and the energy. We're looking at the neutron as proton plus energy.
Would you like to add a little bit more on this, Alex?
Yeah, yes. So if we look at the electron-proton combination, it's called an atom. But that atom is exclusively the hydrogen atom. And so if we add a neutron, then it becomes deuterium. And if we add another neutron, then it becomes tritium. And every other element on the periodic table of elements has a neutron. So the only electron-proton marriage that does not have a neutron is the hydrogen. And a PM tick is an energy pack. And so when we look at the hydrogen, its structure is hydrogen in physicality, but it's also a PM tick in the plasmatic reality.
And we're also told that all the elements on the table are sort of the same hydrogen in a combination. Mr. Keshe says we have to restructure the Mendeleev table because it's not real. You got different levels of hydrogen, call it energy or massive way.
Yeah, certainly. Just like we have different levels of energy of the carbon.
Yeah, but the carbon, what is carbon? 6 hydrogens or 7 hydrogens in the carbon-14.
Yes, but it also has neutrons.
But if I was talking about the proton and the electron, they come out of the neutron, or the neutron is a neutral proton. It hasn't got rid of the energy.
So when we create a ray, that is the residue from the creation or the transition from the neutron to the electron-proton combination. That difference in mass has always been fudged. And that difference in mass is the release of the PM ticks. So we still have a gravitationally stable structure in a neutron, and we have a gravitationally stable structure in an atom. But if you look at the relationship of the electron to the proton, you know, it doesn't seem to be very fair. But the proton is the gravitationally stable one, and the electron is not gravitationally stable. It's magnetically stable. So what we have been doing in terms of drawing energy, we have gone down one level lower into the physicality. So the physical science is the lowest energy level. The plasma science is a higher energy level. But in the, shall we say, the study of the plasma science, we find that there are multiple levels on a plasmatic level. And on one of those levels, the soul of the body operates, because the soul of the body is that intermediate state between the plasma energy and the physical energy. But it's the soul of the man that depends on the soul of the body to be able to interact. You will never find a soul of the man in a physical body without the soul of the body. Because the physical body is a field of inertia. And that means it's a combination field of two other fields.
Okay.
Can I say something in here?
Yes.
Hi, Selena.
Hi, how are you? Alex, sometimes when I do meditation, I go out of my body, and sometimes it doesn't happen anything. But sometimes when I stay in the deep meditation, it suddenly I feel, if you stay in the quiet place, still there is a noise, right? Everywhere. So suddenly, when you are deep meditation, you feel there is no noise. I feel few time, not few time, a lot of time, but recently I am studying that. So there is no noise. Suddenly I feel there is no noise, and everything get dark, very dark. Nothing is there. And there is a space noise, void noise, void. When you stay in the void, there is a noise, different kinds of noise. It is stayed there. And it is different feelings. And I didn't know what is that. I was sometime thinking about that, but I never find out what is that. Then recently, 2 days ago, not recently, 2 days ago, I heard one of the spiritual guy, Joe Dispenza. I think so. A lot of people know him, Joe Dispenza. He was a doctor, and then he broke his spinal cord, and then he fixed it, and then he changed his life path. So that teacher is saying about when we stay in the atom, that time is everything dark and the noise is not there. So I'm thinking, in the meditation, do I go to the inside the atom? And if I go to the inside the atom, and another thing he said, everything create from there. So if we touch that place, that means we can create everything, right? Do you know about anything? Anything about that place or anything? Any information, whatever it is.
So we have to, let me see, is my microphone on?
Yes.
Yeah. So let me explain. If you are hearing, it's physical. If you're not hearing, it's plasmatic. It's the difference between the tangible and the non-tangible. And it's the same with color. If you see the color, then it's physical. However, you yourself and your memory are in a physical state. But when you were born, you didn't have a physical memory. You didn't have a physical sound. You didn't have a physical color. So you were depending on the feeding of the emotion of knowledge. And the energy that drives this emotion of knowledge is the energy of love. We think of love as an emotion. I've come to realize now that love is not an emotion. The emotion of knowledge is an emotion. The emotion of position is an emotion. The way we interpret love as a physical love is actually coming from lust. There's a big difference. So the lust is like a physical sex, but the love is a creation energy. And that is the energy that you were born from. So you are, in fact, an inertia field that's come together from two other fields.
So could this love be the emotion of giving?
Yes, exactly. And that's the only way it works. Because when we go back to this we see that the release of the PM text is actually given off by the neutron.
Would anyone else like to come in unless you haven't finished, Alex?
Thank you. Thank you, Alex.
Oh, no, thank you. It's an excellent question. I know. I don't want to dominate the conversation. I just want to enhance the conversation. But, you know, what we have to look at is when we look at these universal enhancement units, we see the one's a material enhancement, one's a body enhancement. Well, the body is us in physicality that we want to enhance, whereas the material is material that we want to create and bring it into the physicality. So you see, one works on a magnetical basis, one works on a gravitational basis. So if you're drawing it in, it's gravitational. If you're emitting it out, it's magnetical. And so you are what you emit. You have to emit before you can receive. And the thing is, you have a choice. So plasma can interact with other fields, or it can be a boundary. And this is very important. If oil and water didn't have a boundary, then you would be a bag of mush. But interestingly enough, when oil and water get into a high pH situation, such as caustic soda, what do you create? Well, you create a nanocoating. What you've done there is you've taken that physicality and elevated it to a nano state. And so nano state is a physical state that is at a higher energy level than the atomic state on a physical. Or to paraphrase that, the atomic state of physicality versus the monatomic state of plasma reality, even though they're both physical. So we have a capability not only of having different energy states in the plasma reality, but we have different energy states in the physical reality. And so in the early classes, we have talked about going from physical to nano to GANs, and then we started to see the creation of force fields where we have an emotional cup, we have a physical cup, we have the cup of the soul, we have the cup of the earth and the cup of the inertia. And so we have been able to create all those different energy states from our physicality. But the earth space and the man space was not created that way because the physicality had to be here first to be able to create it from the physicality. So where did this physical space come from? So it came as a result of an inertia field between the soul of the sun and the soul of the earth. And that had to precede the arrival of man. So there's a sequence. That's what I'm talking about. So we have the material enhancement, where the energy is coming from the plasma reality to the physical reality, and we have the body enhancement, where we're connecting the physical reality to the plasma reality of the feeding. And we need to do this not only to draw energy from the soul, but to reconnect from our soul, because man will never kill man if he follows the universal laws of the soul. So the only way that we can do that is to say, oh, you know what, I'm disowning my soul. I sell my soul. You sell your soul. You've just curtailed everything that you're capable of and put severe limits on your abilities. And that's not why we came here. That's in direct violation of why we came here. So we have to remember, if our memory is only in the physical and everything around us is a physical enhancement and a feedback, then we forget why we were born, because we were born with the emotion of knowledge. And we've been discounting that all the time. We now have to account for it. But, you know, when you're inundated 24/7 with this ridiculousness, and then you find that you only get into these meetings and they last a short period of time. I know our meetings are very long, but we talk about essential things and we get a lot covered. So we get a chance to hash this out.
And there is a lot to cover, isn't there? Would anyone else like to bring something up here? Well, this will be my final question. Mr. Keshe said about we need to, or he's going to start teaching this composition or mixing of energies. I think it's for speed and dimension, but in the workshop, he mentioned, would you like to travel at the strength of uranium, or would you like to travel at the strength of helium? I'm not sure what he's actually referring to, but maybe Alex, you can help us understand this a little bit more, or your thinking on this point.
Well, yeah. Every element on the periodic table of elements has a GANS. Every element. We can have a GANS of a GANS. So in other words, before the GANS becomes strictly a plasma state, which is totally invisible, we can create another GANS from that GANS. Because that GANS then will become an inertia field. And so when you look at the cups of life and you see that we all have, you know, maybe 4 elements in there. And then you look at these universal enhancement units with over 400 elements. I think you can understand that the combination of possibilities, and if you only were to combine 4 at a time. So it wouldn't be in the hundreds, it would be orders of magnitude more than that. And so that's the difference in the capabilities. And you know that because when you look at Earth space and you see the biodiversity on Earth space, and you say, wow, you know, obviously more than 4 elements created that. So if you look at any one of those elements, then they have a mass. And that mass will affect the inertia field. We have the capability of choosing which inertia field we would like to do. This is a new technology. This is a new science. This is a new understanding. We've never had a chance to make these choices before. And
But it also has to be taught, he said.
Well, yes, of course.
Yeah.
Because what are we taught? And what's the school? Social media. Social media is the school. The cell phone now is our teacher. So, you know, we're already at the lowest energy level, and now we are drawing more energy from another lower energy level. That's preposterous, you know. So we are compromising for some kind of assumed reason where we are abdicating our responsibility. So for years and years, you know, that's all I've heard. Oh, you know, I don't want to get involved. I don't want to get involved. And frankly, I was a firm believer of that because, you know, as long as it's not in my backyard, I don't care. But, you know, yeah, if I get mugged on the way home, chances are I'm the drug dealer. Okay, because the guy who's mugging me needs the money to buy the drugs from me, but he doesn't know. So, you know, you they say, you know, you create your own bed and then you sleep in it. So it's just like our community is part of our environment. Even a dog doesn't defecate in the cage. Put a dog in a cage and you'll find that it'll hold it until you come and open the gate. And then the dog will quickly go and, you know, so, well, where did the dog learn to do that? You know, how come the dog is so polite? Did you, you know, really have to train the dog to do that? Or does the dog have a sense of decency? Inherent in his DNA. So this is the new reality. And this capability is a new capability. Before I hand it back to you, Mark, I would like to say deep gratitude to the Brazilian community. And, you know, when I look at all the Telegram channels, and Canada is at the bottom. And you know what? We intend to stay there. That's the mentality that we have. We don't want to relinquish that position. We've worked hard to achieve that. But you look at the Brazilian community and they're right up there. And you look who's leading it. You know, it's with Rafael and the power of the team that he's assembled. And if I start naming names, then I'm going to omit certain names. But, you know, you started this session with that presentation. And I need to extend my thanks to Claudia for putting that together. That was quite impressive. And I owe a lot of thanks to that. So it's the Brazilian community that got me on this journey. And we're now completing the intermediate outer space series. and we have to carry on. We're going to be starting the Advanced Outer Space series. And do you think I know what I'm talking about? I will continue with this until someone can replace me, because that's the only way we'll move forward. And we have to move forward. So we've laid the path, follow the plasma highway, and you can drive at your own speed. And if you want to go at uranium speed, that's your business. Okay, just, remember, you have to lead or follow or get out of the way. So when we get on the plasma highway, there's no speed limit. Thank you all for allowing me to present today, and thank you for your wonderful questions. I'm really honored to be part of this process.
Okay, thank you again, Alex. And all the souls are working together, regardless of what we see in the physicality. But it's beautiful to see the Brazilian work and all they've put together to share and within their own structure. So we thank the Brazil team. Anyone else have anything they'd like to add at this point? I'm going to play something that Azar has put in, and then the final disclaimer, and the meeting will come to an end. And of course, this is about reaching into your pocket to help the foundation. And it's not so much about money, it's about serving and sharing the knowledge, but the foundation doesn't run on air alone. Mr. Keshe has been reaching into his pocket for 20 years or more and financing. So we all need to maybe reach in a little deeper, even if it's only a small amount. I think Mr. Keshe is matching some of these amounts with his own personal funds. And I just thought I'd like to play this. Again, it's a touchy point in a way, but I think we'll come around to giving a little bit more than we have given. Anyone else have a final thought they'd like to add? If not, I'll take the screen. Thank you, Alex. Thanks to all the knowledge seekers. As Mr. Keshe indicated, we're all have placed a brick in this wall of peace. And that's what we're building here. And now it's time for us to continue to talk about this technology as we see these technologies that have never been seen by man start to come into the forefront. A lot of people are going to be asking a lot of questions. So we continue to study, learn more. I don't think anyone has the totality that other than Mr. Keshe and Mitra perhaps, and Mitra got it from the creator. Even the love she shows to the creator came from the creator, as I understand it. Any other thoughts? Okay, I'll take the screen here. Thank you all again. I know it seems like a small group to bring such a massive change to this planet, but I think we're all in good position. So let me play this. It's only 4 minutes, the final disclaimer, and the meeting will end. Let me just take this off the top. Thank you, Azar, for putting this in. Obviously, I see some writing in Farsi, I believe, or Arabic. Not sure where it actually came from, but she placed this into the Keshe American Knowledge Team. Thank you all for today. Many meetings coming up. We are working on, thanks to everyone who's submitted backgrounds. It's going to take a little bit of work. Don't look for this project we're working on in the TV, US TV, to be shown next week, but we're in the process of creating something that hopefully everybody will enjoy and can use and can put their voices on top of it if that's appropriate. We'll see. Thank you all. Have a wonderful day.
have a question from Henry Peter in the chat here. Why is the MagGrabs so expensive, even though the MagGrabs components are so simple? I am from Indonesia.
Yeah, this gentleman has been trying to get hold of MagGrabs to mass produce it for his own commercial use. And if it is, you make it, you decide to do it. We had this interaction with this gentleman. Give it to me. It's so expensive. I use it, and then I can commercialize it to my own benefit, to what I want to do, and to give to other people some of it. We understand that if it is, we're giving the knowledge to you, but the knowledge comes at the expenses. When we make the MagGrabs, would you like to pay thousands, tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands of expenses Keshe Foundation go through every day? No. How many of you been on this knowledge seekers teachings for past 10 years? How many of you will come to centers? How many of you have used the technology, the answers or whatever, and put anything back into the foundation? We saw the Italians, they came to steal and they stole, but what they stole, there was a crumbs, go nowhere. Every day, even during it, we can give you the cost per hour for Keshe Foundation. Which one of you pays for it? And when we ask for a support, oh, they can do it. Don't make gold, get something else done, whatever. No. This, just to keep this program going, even though a lot of volunteers help back in the back, they get supported by the others and themselves. It costs the foundation thousands every month. Just to keep the internet structure of the Keshe Foundation going, it costs about $25,000 a month. Which one of you help? Which one of you send us 25,000? This is just the structure of the internet, back support and all the expenses of it. We pay thousands every month just for servers. We don't own it. All the backup, Microsoft, Google, God knows, Amazon. The bills come up. You don't pay 1 month, you don't have services. You pay through the cost of the MagGrabs to keep the structure going. The DIN center costs tens of thousands every month. How much do you pay? Have any of you come and say 200,000, 100,000, I pay for 1 month expense of the foundation? No. You complain when we cover our expenses in things. You are thieves, not us. We produce, we operate you, you like it, you pay it, it allows us to run. You are thieves by nature, and you ask the question why it's so expensive. Because you're used to stealing in your habit. Just come and see, we pay hundreds of thousands every month just to keep the Keshe Foundation going all around the world. And I've done it for 20 years. And we saw it. We asked the help from you. Some of you helped. We lost through fraud. Some of you came back. Doesn't matter, you made a mistake. We want our money back. We pay, we'll find, we develop, we are a structured dynamic, but we've seen it. When we can come and put something and take more is when is the problem is yours. We are men, we are not ladies like you, Craig. Divine solution. Then you know why it's expensive. We gave it to you, make it yourself. You don't need us.
Disclaimer. The information and education material contained herein is meant to promote the general understanding and dialogue of GAN's processing. Such information is not meant or intended to serve as a substitute for a healthcare professional's clinical training, experience, or judgment. For patients and individuals, such information is not to be a substitute for professional medical, therapeutic, or healthcare advice or counseling. For medical issues or concerns, including decisions about medications and other treatments, readers, viewers, listeners should always consult their physician or, in serious cases, seek immediate assistance from emergency personnel. Prescription information, procedures, and use of medical devices information should be undertaken only by properly trained and certified medical personnel. We specifically disclaim any warranties, express or implied, including implied warranties of merchantability or fitness for a particular purpose. Such information is provided, as is, and is believed to be accurate at the time of its publishing, but it is the viewer's job to evaluate the accuracy of any information found in this presentation. Every case presented is of their own experience, applied by themselves for themselves, and it applies to their case only. Every person experiencing health problems should seek professional medical advice and consult their course of treatment with a doctor. The processes of plasma balancing described herein are a natural process which supports the body but does not replace medical advice or therapies one is already subject to.